Good afternoon. I would like to call to order the April 4th, 2020 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. I am William Ray, I'm the chairperson. To my right, we have Mr. Nelson, Mr. Freeman, and Mr. Marchant. To my left, we have Mr. Borkin and Ms. Smalls. Our attorney for tonight is Mr. Hughie. He should be here momentarily. Staff members present are Ms. Sally Brooks, Mr. Joshua Dowling. Mr. Evans is not here yet, but I imagine he is en route. Ms. Savannah Murray, Ms. Jennifer Stiles, and Ms. Jennifer Working. Because tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to this hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier. A sign was posted on or near the designated property. A notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representative, to the owners of the property within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and news media that have requested a declaration of our meeting have also been notified. Board members, the meeting notes for March the 7th, 2022 of the public hearing were mailed to you. Are there any changes? If not, can I get an approval and a second? And a motion for approval and a second.
Second.
Wait a minute, I got a motion? I got an approval?
Motion.
Motion, okay. So we have it by Mr. Marchant and Mr. Nelson, a second. All right, so let's bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. It's unanimous, thank you. Our case ruling for this and any other BZA meeting are available to the public, and the inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of Zoning and Appeal is a quasi-judicial body and has final decision-making authority. Appeals of an administrative decision. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related issues and matters where it is alleged that there is an error in an order, the requirement, or the decision or determination made by the administrative official in the administration or the enforcement of a zoning-related regulation. A 2/3 quorum present is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in its decision. Special exceptions. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use for a specific piece of location, a property location within a zoning district upon demonstrating that the use complies with all conditions, standards, and specifies by the Zoning and Land Development Regulation Ordinance, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find that special exception requests meet all 6 of the approval criteria of the ordinance in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is needed to grant a special exception. We also have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA's regulations of the ordinance where such an action will not be contrary to the public interest, where also to the conditions particular to the property and the result of the actions or the situations of the applicant. A literal enforcement of this code will result in an unnecessary and undue hardship. And this variance is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of Code of South Carolina, Title 6, Chapter 29. BZA must find that the variance meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant the variance. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present is required to grant the variance. Our purpose tonight is to grant interested parties to be heard in order to assist the board in gathering information that is pertinent to each case. If a board member of the BZA finds a need for further information to clarify the case, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It must be understood that the rules of your neighborhood or subdivision are binding, and we cannot do anything that would negate their jurisdiction over your property. In addition, your testimony to our board has been, in addition to your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted by staff, by the applicant or the applicant's agent or representative. That information is now considered to be evidence and is entered into the permanent record of our body. It is assumed that it is complete, true, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effect on the surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or to deny a special exception or variance request. We are also authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will be certified mail to the applicant and U.S. mail to the neighbors and the community of interest. If an application request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions that are granted here tonight are valid for 12 months after this meeting, and a one-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has been commenced or is being diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is denied, and if the applicant wishes to appeal this decision of this board concerning the case, the applicant must appeal and address it to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after the board's decision tonight. Failure to file an application in the time deprives this body and the court of the jurisdiction to hear this matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting tonight must be true, complete, and accurate. All information provided to the BZA is considered evidence, and this body may certify a contempt of circuit court if false statements are made in either writing or orally. Each person that wishes to address the board tonight will be sworn in by our secretary before they provide testimony or evidence. In order to expedite this procedure, those wishing to speak, please stand as a group, and Ms. Workin will administer the oath.
Raise your right hand. I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts that are pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand and state his name and address for the record before presenting testimony that is pertinent to the case, limited to 5 minutes. I would then ask for those speaking either in support or opposition to the case, and they will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and is limited to 2 minutes each. Each applicant will have a chance to reply to the opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific findings of facts and conclusion of law. Tonight, we will hear 8 new cases. Case 3 on our agenda, case BZA-0222-00556 for variance has been rescheduled to our May meeting. And our first case tonight will be conducted by Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray will complete case BZA-02-22-00554. And just for your knowledge, we have screens in front of us, so it doesn't appear that we're not interested, but we do have screens so we don't have to look behind us, okay? Ms. Murray, thank you.
All right, so tonight we have case BZA 0222-00554. The applicants and property owners are Louis Nexon III and Becca Nexon. The variance is to reduce the required 50-foot front street side setback measured from Corbett's Alley property line by 38 feet to 12 feet at the closest point for a proposed garage at 4041 Humbert Road on Johns Island, TMS number 25000000108. It's located in the AGR Agricultural Residential Zoning District. This is showing the sections of the ordinance where it states the front street side setback, what the requirement is in the ordinance. This is a zoning map of the property. So the properties to the north, south, and west are located in the Agricultural Residential AGR zoning district, and the adjacent property to the east is located in the Rural Agricultural AG8 zoning district. Here is a zoomed-in aerial of the property. The applicant purchased the 0.90 acre subject property on February 28th, 2018. At the time of purchase, the subject property contained a single-family residence built in 1966, an existing garage, which is labeled on the site plan as a shed, which was constructed in 1975, and an unpermitted permanent storage unit that is on the site plan labeled as pool house / shed. There's also a pump on the site plan, which is located near the 38-inch live oak, which is labeled on the site plan as well. Here is a zoomed out aerial. And this is some photos of the subject property. Here are the existing conditions. This is Humbert Road and Corbett's Alley. So as far as the conditions, we find that the request may meet 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7, and it does meet criteria 2 and 5. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case BZA 0222-00554. If the board decides to approve, we recommend the following conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval for the proposed garage, all required permits shall be obtained for the placement of the existing permanent storage unit on the property, and it shall comply with section 6.5.18 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. And 2, prior to zoning permit approval for the proposed garage, the applicant shall apply for a demolition permit for the existing 23.7 foot by 31.8 foot garage / shed. Here is a copy of the site plan, and here's the plat. Any questions of staff?
Anyone have any questions, staff? Thank you, Ms. Murray. Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell this board why we should approve your application, sir.
How are you? Thank you. My name's Louis Nexon, 4041 Humbert Road. When we purchased the house, the shed that y'all have on the plat was in pretty bad condition because it's 1975. The roof needs to be repaired and a bunch of other things. And after consideration, we thought garage closer to the house would be better. So we request permission to basically build the same size structure closer to the house, tear the old thing down, and have a basketball court. So
That's it?
that's it.
Okay. Hold one moment. Do we have any board members that has any questions for Mr. Next? Okay, I saw your hand first, Mr. Marchant.
Mr. Nexon, is that right? I'm sorry.
Nexton.
Tell me a little bit about the extraordinary and exceptional conditions that are requiring you to put your garage in that location. And also how, again, we have criteria by which we have to judge you on. Also how it's not the result of your own actions. You seem to have a lot of property. You want to put a basketball court there, just trying to
Well, that was
just trying to navigate why here and not 20 feet away or 10 feet away or
part
30
of the
feet
reason is for oak trees that are in the yard, existing landscape. Part of it is existing septic systems, drain fields and such that are in the yard. And after several site surveys with different people, we decided that the spot that it's in would be the least impactful in terms of other conditions of the property that would have to be changed. And space and availability of space was the main reason for that.
Do you have any information, or maybe you can describe, on the septic field or septic system? I see you want to put a pool in as well. Again, just trying to have a better understanding of what you're capable of doing on the property versus what you are constricted to do on the property.
Certainly, yeah.
I see the
no,
trees
that's-
on the survey, so I just.
Yeah, some of the trees are not grand trees, so they weren't included in the survey, but they are still live oaks that we'd like to keep. I think there's one where it says Lot A and the house is drawn. There's one maybe 20 feet off the back of the house there, kind of between where the pool would go. Yeah, right in that area. There's a large bed of old azaleas and live oak that we'd like to keep there. And so it was, then as we got closer to the house, you can see the setback line curves in towards the house there. And so as we got closer to the house, it pushed us closer and closer to the septic drain field, which is basically located between the proposed garage and the house. And then the area, over there where the red poker is, that area is an old drain field from probably the 60s when the house was constructed. So rather than getting into excavating old septic drain fields and all that kind of stuff, we were trying to move to an appropriate spot in the yard that didn't have anything.
Thank you.
Mr. Boykin?
Good evening, Mr. Nixon.
Hey, how you doing?
If I'm not mistaken, we've met before,
We
haven't we?
have, yeah, picking up trash on the road, I think.
Were you not out there when I had to wrangle that cow that got out of Mr.
I was there
Butler's?
too, yes, sir, right across the street from the house, yeah.
I met your wife too, I believe, on that occasion.
Yeah.
Just following up on Mr. Marchant, I guess in effect, you have a non-conforming structure there now. You're really not encroaching anymore on that 50-foot setback. You're just moving it closer to your house. So you'd have the option of trying to modify, repair, rebuild what you've got. So in essence, you're just trying to keep basically the same approachments you're entitled to because it is non-conforming and just moving it close to your house.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And the trees you're referring to, some of them may not be grand trees now, but they certainly will grow. And you're also, I guess, part of your site plan is to try not to encroach upon those trees?
That's correct, yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. That's all I got. Thank
Yep.
you.
And then the other thing I would point out is that Corbett's Alley is a secondary access road for some houses. And given the width of the setbacks that it already has, and the fact that I own land on both sides, if anything were to happen where the county needed to improve the land, I would relinquish the lot to the other side of us rather than, have it resurveyed or whatever I would need to do. I think I'd asked Savannah about that one time before, is if that setback that's drawn in a curve needed to change and, say, swing the other way into that other lot, we could certainly have that redrawn so that it did that, and it may help with improvement of that road in the future or whatever is the case as well. We bought it knowing that there were setbacks and some restraints with what we could do, so tried to kind of manage the best we could with what we were, 2 corner lots in the best situation to have.
Does anyone else have a question for Mr. Nixon? Yes, sir.
Confirm one thing, the right-of-way for the existing gravel road doesn't, or the existing gravel road actually does not follow the right-of-way. Is that, am I looking at that correctly?
Yeah, it is a little bit vague, and we thought about having a survey redone, and when I talked to several people about it, they said unless it's something where, like this, where we're trying to have something done where the setbacks are harming us in some way, try to get the approval first, and then, you know, we could have them redrawn if need be.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else that would like to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in support? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition of this case? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. The case is closed to the public. At this time, gentlemen, do we have any questions or discussions of staff? I guess I need a motion then, either to approve or deny this particular case.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question, if you don't
Okay.
mind. I'm sorry. To staff, the 52-inch oak that's to the, I don't have a north arrow, but bottom left of the garage, I mean, is that not encroaching?
32.
38?
Oh, that's a 3.
32.
I'm sorry. Well, still, the question stands. It's a big tree. I don't want him to have to come back and ask for another variance if that's.
It is 32. Okay.
Yes, well, it actually looks like it's a,
That's the widest spot. If you go the other way, it's
right. It appears to be probably adequate distance away and, not encroaching over 25% of that root zone area, so, yeah.
Good job, sir. All right, we're still at that point where I need a motion to either approve or deny this case. Anybody want to take a shot at it?
I'll do it.
All right, Mr. Borkin?
I'll make the motion in the matter of BZA case 02-22-00-554 that we approve the application for the variance. I find that it meets all 7 of the criteria. Criteria 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. It is a corner lot with 2 50-foot setbacks. It also has a non-conforming use building that's already encroached upon that, and all this applicant is asking for is to have what he's already exist just closer to his house. Criteria 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Again, it's a corner lot. It meets that criteria. These criteria 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance, this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit and unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Because of these 50-foot setbacks on 2 sides of the property and the way the house is oriented on the front of the lot or towards the front of the lot, makes it more restrictive. He did not build the house and did not build the current garage that's to be destroyed. So it meets that criteria. Criteria 4, the authorization of the variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character and zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. It meets that criteria. Criteria 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district to extend physically a nonconforming use of land or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. It meets that criteria. Criteria 6, the need for variance does not result in applicant's own actions. The house and the garage were already there. You know, this is again just moving the garage essentially closer to his residence where it was already a non-conforming use. Criteria 7, Granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with comprehensive plan purposes orders. It does not. And I would include staff's recommendation of the following conditions. Prior to the zoning permit approval for the proposed garage, all required permits shall be obtained for the placement of the existing permanent storage unit on the property, and it shall comply with section 6.5.18 Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. And 2, prior to zoning permit approval, the proposed garage, the applicant shall apply for a demolition permit for the existing 23.7 foot by 31.8 foot garage shed. That is my motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Do I have,
Second.
okay, we got a second down here. All right, any other discussion? All right. At this time, let's bring it to a vote. All those in favor of approving case BZA-02-22-005554, please raise your hand and indicate by saying aye. 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 Any? It's unanimous. There's no opposing. Congratulations, sir. Your application has been approved. Within 10 working days, you'll get information from staff letting you know the next steps to move in the process. And once again, congratulations and good night. Our next case tonight will be case BZA-02-22-00555. And that will be done by Mr. Joshua Downey.
All right, BZA case 02-22-00555. The applicant and property owner, Linda Crosby of Crosby Living Trust, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 3557 Old Ferry Road, TMS number 28515000015, in the St. Andrew, St. John's area of Charleston County. The subject property and the properties to the north and east are located in the low-density R4 residential zoning district, and the property to the west is in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The adjacent south is the Stono River. The property contains a 2,889 square foot single-family home with 4 bedrooms that was constructed in 1964 per Charleston County records. The request is for 2 bedrooms and a bathroom over the garage for up to 144 days per year. This is an owner-occupied short-term rental. The definition of short-term rental. That is the subject property. That is an aerial view of the subject property and a zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. Staff did conduct a site visit on the 18th of March. That is a picture of the subject property and the parking. Surrounding properties. And that is Old Ferry Road. Staff does believe that all 3 of the criteria for this application have been met. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 02-22-00555. Special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density residential R4 zoning district at 3557 Old Ferry Road, TMS number 28515000015, in the St. Andrew, St. John's area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's fact-finding, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the 4 following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit's approval, the applicant shall complete the short-term limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate unless the board decides to lessen that number of days. And the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County Noise Ordinance. That is the site plan. and that is the plat. Any questions?
Mr. Borkin?
Real quickly, Mr. Downey, two things. Number one, they are allowed by right to do 72 nights a week, correct?
This property, yes.
Okay,
They
'cause
are
I'm looking
allowed.
at the chart you provided, and it said conditional.
Yes.
Okay, so they can do that by right. So this is just essentially doubling the days that they're already allowed to do by right.
Yes, they're just asking for more number of days here.
Secondly, you said it is going to be owner occupied. Did I hear that correctly?
That the applicant has stated that the property is owner occupied, yes, sir.
All I got. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Is the applicant here tonight or today? Ms. Crosby, please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. And please tell us why we should approve your application, Ms. Crosby.
Linda Crosby. We live at 3557 Old Ferry Road, my husband and I. It's just the two of us in a big house. We would like to have the extended time of the 144 days. He's in not great health, and if something were to happen to him, I would lose his benefits that he has health-wise, and it could help us defray the costs of the taxes and insurance and the upkeep of our home. Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to tell this body, Ms. Crosby?
Everything is existing that we have. It's just vacant and unused. I mean, we're downstairs, so it would just be the upstairs bedrooms and bath up there.
Okay. I see you right there by the bridge.
We are. We've been there since about 96. Yes, sir.
Very good.
And we're both retired.
I wouldn't believe that. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let's see if any board member has a question for you here. Does anyone? Mr. Nelson?
Just one question, Ms. Crosby. Do you currently rent the house?
No, we live there.
Okay, but you're not using it as a short-term rental at the moment?
No,
This
sir.
is your plan,
No,
just
sir.
to
I
get started and
applied-
get up and running?
Right. I applied here, and I was given, a chart with different variations that I could do one time, or the extended. The extended is what I thought we would like to try.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Borkin?
Since that and I guess inspired me to ask a question. Because it's a conditional use, you have to go through site plan review just to get the 72 days.
Right.
So, and a business license. So why not get the 144? That's, okay. thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Marchant?
Do you plan to use VRBO or something similar?
Airbnb.
Airbnb?
I have someone that I was told you have to be referred by someone to use them, and I do have a company that's going to refer me
Thank you.
to use them. Also, and I guess I sort of took for granted that it was in the paperwork, but y'all may not know this, but I did say that my tenants would be at least 25 years of age, so it won't be a college party. We're not up to that. So, we're hoping that it will just be older people, perhaps, or no parties, had a curfew of 11 o'clock at night.
Okay.
That's part of the reason for my question, because your neighbors
Right.
obviously will have
Absolutely.
great interest in.
Absolutely.
I think what we found is people that use VRBOs and similars have good success because you're graded by that, by other users.
That's what I've been
And-
told too.
yeah.
And the people who are going to recommend me have too. And so they have sort of guided me a little bit on, what to expect. And they will come over after I get approved, hopefully, that they will lead me from there also.
Yeah, very good. Thanks.
Anyone else? Ms. Crosby, I thank you tonight for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone that would like to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? No. Okay, this case is closed to the public. Board members, do you have any questions of staff? Do we have any other concerns, board members? Any discussion? Very good. Therefore, board members, I'd like to get a motion to either approve or disapprove this case. Mr. Marchant, I see your hand there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the case of BZA-02-22-00555, I move to approve the application as it meets all three criteria. It is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity, will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. The applicant has taken adequate provisions and made conditions for existing items such as setbacks, buffering, including fences or landscape, to protect such property from the possible adverse influence of the proposed STRP use, such as noise, traffic congestion, trash parking, and similar factors. Also, appreciate the fact that they're using an agency through which to rent and that it's owner occupied. And it meets criteria number 3, complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including but not limited to any use conditions, zoning district standards, and applicable STRP site plan review requirements of this ordinance. In addition to meeting the criteria, I ask that this motion include the following conditions. Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. Condition number 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. Condition number 3, this property shall not be used as a short-term rental more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And condition number 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with Charleston County Noise Ordinance. This concludes my motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Okay, I kind of heard it from this end. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smalls. All right. Any other questions? All right, let's bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Aye. Any opposed? It carries. Mr. and Mrs. Crosby, congratulations. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations. Very good. Our next case is case BZA-02-22-00557. And this will also be done by Mr. Downey.
All right. I promise board members you won't have to hear me after this. But the applicant and property owner, Aaron and Christopher Shebeck, are requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density housing manufacturing subdivision, MHS zoning district at 1578 Teal Marsh Road, TMS number 33107000212 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all of the surrounding properties are located in this low-density housing manufacturing subdivision, MHS. The property contains a 1,728 square foot home with 3 bedrooms that was constructed in 1988 per Charleston County records. The request is for 3 bedrooms to be rented for up to 144 days. Staff did conduct a site visit on March the 18th. That is a picture of the subject property. That's a zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. That's a picture of the sign. That is the subject property and its proposed parking. You cannot see it in the picture, but it is on the site plan that they have more parking closer to the actual single-family residence. So they meet well over the allotted amount of parking spaces that are needed for this application. Those are some of the surrounding properties. That is Teal Marsh Road. Staff does believe that all 3 of the criteria for this application have been met. Before I get to the final conclusion, staff did have a conversation. Well, there's a letter in opposition, but staff did have a conversation with one of the residents in the proposed area along with the planning director on Friday. That's why it's not written into the record. They are concerned with the amount of short-term rentals that are in this neighborhood. It is up to, I believe, 17 within the county's jurisdiction. All of those do not have short-term rental permits, but they are essentially saying that the short-term rentals are getting out of hand. However, that doesn't have anything to do necessarily with this applicant's application or what your criteria is, but they did want that concern to be noted here tonight, that they are, that their neighborhood has a lot of short-term rentals. So did want to make a mention of that. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 02-22-00557, a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density housing manufacturing subdivision, MHS zoning district at 1578 Teal Marsh Road, 331-0700-212 on James Island in Charleston County. Based on the BZA's fact finding, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision, the board may modify any staff recommendation condition below, including but not limited to the restriction of the number of days for short-term rental. In the event that the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the 4 following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permits approval, the applicant shall complete the short-term limited site plan review process. You shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, unless the board decides to lessen that number of days. And the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County Noise Ordinance. That is their subject property, as was mentioned before, which you did not see with the pictures provided by staff, with the parking at the front, and then all of the parking that they had along their gravel driveway. And that is their plat. Any questions?
Anyone? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is the applicant available? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
My name is Erin Schlebach. We live at 1578 Teal Marsh Road. We are small business owners in Rhode Island. We bought this house several years ago, not as an investment property, but as a second home. So we are here from usually December until May or June. We would like to be able to short-term rent it in order to help with the second mortgage and the higher tax rate that we have. Our house has cameras all around the outside of it that aren't only visual, they also have sound, so I can tell
Bless you.
if anything were to get out of hand. I also have a recorded ring on the front door that looks anybody coming in or out of our driveway or our front door. And the person that would be overseeing our property is about 4 doors down from us. I guess that's it.
You're making it quick. I see.
I'm nervous.
All right. Ms. Smalls, you have a question?
Yeah, use your favorite question. Are you using a service to rent the property, like Airbnb or VRBO?
Yes.
And I guess the other concerns, how would you address the concerns from the one opposition letter that we received about potential noise or quality of life issues from the rentals in the neighborhood? How do you plan to manage that since you live out of state?
We are 4 other properties touch our property. 3 of those neighbors have my phone number. We are friendly with the majority of them. And again, I can see and hear everything that's going on the outside of our house. Not to mention, we have other friendly neighbors. If anything were to happen, that could be there within minutes.
Are there any restrictions on your rentals, like no parties?
Oh, yeah. There's no parties, there's no smoking, there's no animals. I really only want 4 people to stay. I'm not interested in turning and burning our house. You know, we've purchased all the furniture that's in it. We live in it. I care about it.
You had a question on the end? Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony today.
Yeah.
Do we have anyone to speak in support of this application? Anyone else to speak in support? Yes, please come forward and state your name and your address. You've been sworn in?
I did.
You did?
It's not too late, right?
You did swear in?
I did, and I didn't.
Okay, that's okay. Please come to the mic and then we can get Ms. Working to swear you in.
I do.
Please
I'm
state
Lisa
your name.
Shuck. I live at 1611 Teal Marsh, which is down the road. I've lived in the neighborhood about 26 years, and I don't have a problem with Airbnbs and VRBOs. I actually manage one a couple doors down. All the neighbors were close-knit. They kind of, like what Aaron said, they have my number. If someone is loud, which hasn't happened, luckily. So I think it's a great neighborhood. We're near the beach. People, there's problems at the beach renting places. People love our neighborhood. It's safe. It's close enough to the beach. And I'm for the we also use Airbnb and VRBO and have had great success. So I don't see it as a problem living in the neighborhood. Since I've lived there for 26 years, I haven't seen a problem. So I'm in support.
Very good. So you said in your testimony that you manage other
I do. I
houses?
manage one. I have a cleaning business, and I manage a house a couple doors down. I do the booking and I do the cleaning for that.
Are you a licensed realtor?
I'm not.
You're not?
No.
Okay.
No, I have a cleaning business. So.
Oh, okay. I just thought maybe you were a licensed
Right.
realtor as well.
Oh, no.
And you said
no.
you managed a house.
Right. No, I meant manage the rentals, the bookings. I do the bookings for the owner.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have a question? Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak in support of this application? You, sir? Have you also been sworn in? Please come to the mic, sir. That's okay. That's one part of it. We thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Dan Norton. I live at 1590 Teal Marsh Road, right down the street from these guys. I'm all for it. I support it. And I have small children in the neighborhood. I have no problem with it. I mean, I know these guys, and I know they're not going to allow anybody to trash their house, and I'm there nearby to help control if needed be. So that's it, really.
You're a mighty good neighbor. You're gonna stick your neck out for
That's
it then. Okay. Come in my neighborhood too.
It's fun to.
Does any board member have a question of this young man? Thank you, sir, for
Yep.
your testimony. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone else? Do we have anyone that would like to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions or concern and questions for staff? Any discussion? All right, ladies and gentlemen, then I need a motion to either approve or deny this particular case. Ms. Smalls, okay, you got me right here.
I'll make a motion that in the matter of BZA case number 0222005557, that we approve it. I find that it meets all of the criteria. Number one, it is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. Number two, adequate provision is made and/or exists for such items such as setbacks, buffering, including fences and/or landscaping to protect adjacent properties from the possible adverse influence of the proposed STRP use, such as noise, traffic congestion, trash, parking, and similar factors. And number three, it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including but not limited to any use conditions, zoning district standards, and applicable STPR site plan review requirements of the ordinance. I also recommend that we accept the staff recommendations. One, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. Number two, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. Number 3, the property shall not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in an aggregate during any calendar year. And number 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County Noise Ordinance.
All right, thank you. Do we have a second? Okay, Mr. Freeman, I saw your hand there and heard your voice there. Any discussion? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. And that looks unanimous. Congratulations, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you will get information from staff letting you know the necessary steps to take in the process. Once again, congratulations. All right. For our next case, case BZA-02-22-00558, and this one will be completed by Ms. Murray.
Hello again. Here we have case BZA 0222-00558. The applicant and property owner, John Truesdell, is requesting a variance to reduce the 50-foot front street side setback by 38 feet to 12 feet for an existing accessory structure at 2370 Candace Lane, which is in the east area, TMS 622-000036. The property is located in the agricultural residential AGR zoning district. This is the section of the zoning ordinance stating the required front street side setback. And here is the zoning map showing the subject property in AGR and the adjacent properties to the south located in the Resource Management RM zoning district. Here is a zoomed in aerial of the property. The 5.62 acre property contains an existing unpermitted accessory structure. The accessory structure predates aerial imagery, and no permits were obtained before the structure was erected. The applicant purchased the property in 2019, excuse me. Here is a zoomed out aerial of the property. And here are some shots of the subject property. Accessory building. Here's Candace Lane and Halfway Creek Road. Staff found that the request may meet criteria 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it does meet criteria 5, 6, and 7. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny case BZA 0222-00558, the variance request to reduce the required 50-foot front street side setback by 38 to 12 for an existing accessory structure at 2370 Candace Lane in the east area, and staff had no conditions. Here is the site plan. The structure in question is shown up at the front. And here's the plat. Any questions of staff?
Any questions? Good job, Ms. Murray.
Thanks.
Is the applicant present today? I hope so. Is the applicant present? Okay. Do we have anyone to speak in favor of this application? Okay. Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? All right, board, then I'm going to close this case to the public, even without the applicant, and that's...
Mr. Chairman, I move to defer the case. We don't have adequate information.
Oh, yeah, you go right there. Okay. I have a motion to defer.
Mr. Marchant, I was actually in the mood to move it forward and move to approve it, only because the facts are pretty vanilla in this instance. I mean, it's a non-conforming use that he should be entitled to receive, and I don't know, his presence here would change my mind on that, but I mean, it's well documented that the building was there, and that's just only my point, that I think he's going to get it regardless, rather than doing this over again, but I will go along with your motion.
Mr. Nelson, you were,
I was going to say, if you were going to motion to approve, I would have seconded that motion.
Well, Mr. Marchant, would you be willing to withdraw your motion and allow me to proceed, or Mr. Nelson to proceed?
Why don't we vote on my motion and then you can do your motion? How about that?
That's
well,
fine.
do we have a second for the deferral first? Do we have a second for the deferral?
Yeah, I'll second. I mean, I'm sorry, I take that off the table.
Okay.
Just
She said
ignore
she took
that.
it off. She does.
So there's no second.
So there's no second, so that doesn't carry. So I still need a motion to approve the denied, gentlemen.
Mr. Chair, in the case of BZA 0222000558, I make a motion that we approve this request, that, one, the project does meet all of the 7 criteria, that one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. The owners bought the property in this condition. They're just trying to bring it into compliance. We're going to take that into consideration. Criterion 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity to meet that criteria. Criterion 3, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. Again, this being approval of an existing structure, I believe we meet that criterion. Criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. The applicant submitted written evidence that they have discussed this with their neighbors and their neighbors' support. Criterion 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district, to extend physically a non-conforming use of the land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. The fact that the property may be utilized more profitably should a variance be granted may not be considered grounds for a variance. We certainly meet that criterion. Criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. In this case, it was built by someone else, so just bringing it into compliance. And Criterion 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. That is my motion. There are no special conditions recommended by staff, so I do not recommend any special conditions either.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, Mr. Chair.
All right, it's been properly moved and second. Questions? Very,
Just a statement, Mr. Chairman.
yes.
I don't necessarily disagree. I'm going to oppose. I do think everyone who applies should be here. I'd like to know what the use is for. I'd like to know why we can't move it. I think simple questions, but appreciate the motion. Thank you.
Very good point, sir. Very good point. And that typically wouldn't happen, and I do concur with you. All right, let's bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, thank you, Mr. Markham. It carries. The application has been approved. Our next case tonight will be conducted by Ms. Workin, be case BZA-02-22-00559.
The applicant and property owner, Lauren D. Van Ort, is requesting a variance to reduce the required 50-foot OCRM Office of Ocean and Coastal Resource Management critical line setback, and to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer at 2401 Royal Oak Drive. That's TMS number 320000072 on Johns Island in Charleston County. More specifically, the applicant is requesting a variance to reduce the required 50-foot OCRM critical line setback by 19.2 feet to 30.8 feet, and to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer by 4.2 feet to 30.8 feet at the closest point along the eastern property line for a portion of the proposed swimming pool, and to reduce the required 50-foot OCRM critical line setback by 3.5 to 46.5 at the closest point along the southern property line for a portion of the proposed swimming pool. The subject property and adjacent properties are located in the agricultural residential AGR zoning district. The subject property and adjacent properties are located in the Royal Oak subdivision, which was platted in 1982. Charleston County adopted required setbacks and buffers from OCRM critical line in 2001. The subject property contains 1.385 acres of highland. The BZA approved a variance reduction of the required 50-foot OCRM critical line setback by 10.1 feet to 39.9 for encroachment of the proposed single-family home and deck, and that was on August 19, 2013. The variance was approved with 3 conditions. This is the applicable zoning sections, a zoomed-in aerial and zoomed out. One of the 3 conditions from the 2013 approval was a rain garden. So the picture to the right is that rain garden he put in. And this is showing you the eastern and the southern property boundaries. And staff found that the request meets 5. It may meet 1, 2, 4, and 7, but we did not feel that we said it may not meet 3 and 6. And the board may approve approval conditions or deny the request or defer the request for additional information. In the event the board decides to approve the request, we have 2 conditions. 1, prior to commencing construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line. The silt fencing shall be maintained for the duration of the construction. 2, the swimming pool encroachment area shall be limited to the footprint area shown on the submitted site plan. This is the survey. And then this is the same plan I showed earlier, zoomed in, the zoomed out, and the plat. Questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Marchant.
Ms. Working, I always get torn with these neighborhoods that were laid out years and years and years ago. We have the same situation with the one over in way out Mount Pleasant. You know what I'm talking about.
Paradise.
Yeah, Paradise Island. So talk a little bit about that, I guess, from a staff standpoint. You mentioned criteria 6. We come up with this a lot. So.
Yeah. And like I mentioned, they got the variance as well for the home.
I guess related to my question or my comment is there's not a neighborhood association that has purview over any of this, much like Paradise Island?
I think they did get approval from their ARB.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but they obviously have to go get this permit, a variance.
Anyone else have a question of staff, board members? Mr. Nelson?
Brittany first.
Ms. Working, I was slightly confused by the property lines on the site plans for this one. And I mean, this may not matter, but the property line shown where we have a bearing south 55 degrees, 16 minutes, 33 seconds west, 195.84 feet. The property seems to extend over that property line. Do they own both properties? Just
It doesn't extend over.
okay.
Which site plan are you looking at?
I am looking at the boundary critical line survey 2401 done by Atlantic Surveying.
It looks like it might be an easement. Is that what that is?
Question for the applicant, but
Yeah.
It looks like the critical line is going outside the property boundary. So. And that was done in 2020. Delineated by OSER.
Anyone else have a question of staff? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present tonight? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Kathy Van Ort, 2401 Royal Oak Drive, Johns Island.
Thank you. Please tell this board why we should approve your application tonight.
We would like to build a swimming pool behind our home. We've now just both retired, and we didn't know at the time we wanted to build a swimming pool, really, when we moved there in 2015. Since then, my husband has developed several issues, his diabetes and spinal fusion surgery, and they've requested that he do some low-impact exercise. So that's really what sort of spurred us to want to put the pool in. The problem is that when we purchased the lot, we were aware of the 50-foot setback on one side. We didn't know that there would be another one on the other side. But that we worked with our architect. He came here. Y'all were kind enough to look at it and approved a 10-foot variance for the corner of the house. So what we did is when we were looking at the site plan, we consulted with DHEC about the septic field. We wanted our house to be a little further back from the creek, but we were unable to do that because they told us exactly where we had to put the septic field. And so from that, our architect put the house as far back as possible. So now we're wanting to put a small pool in, and there's only one very small area where we can do that, but it would encroach on the 50-foot setback, and we want to make sure that everything we do is legal.
Very good. Well, I'm sure that we have some questions for you
Okay,
today.
I'll try my best.
And I think Mr. Borkin, you want to take the first shot?
Just real quick, I'm trying to catch up here, because I do remember the previous one we granted. Have y'all not built the house yet, have you?
Yes, we built the house and moved
Okay.
in, and, you
I
know,
was hoping that you hadn't, and we could readdress this whole thing, but okay.
yeah, I wish we
all right.
had done that too, but that wasn't the intent.
All right, well, that ends my
Originally.
question, thank you.
I have a question.
Okay, yes.
If you could help me just understand, this is really for my own edification more than anything
Okay.
else, but I was confused by the property boundaries as
Okay.
shown on your plat, because it appears there's a section of the property that you utilize that actually extends across the platted property boundary.
No, sir, we're 15 feet from the property line. I'm just not sure exactly which part you were looking at and referring to, but we're within all the setbacks.
Okay.
There
Is
was
this
a
just
10
Property line is
do you,
solid line.
right.
This is critical line.
So that piece right there,
It's
That's
not
down-
part of the property, I don't think, but it's
not.
measured from.
It's not.
But you measure it from,
right,
sometimes it could
From
be
the
on your
exact-
property line, sometimes it can be outside, but it still has to be measured from that.
right.
In fact,
I think you could see it better on the smaller one,
Survey.
I mean, no one
kind of.
have access
Like,
to it but you, though, correct? Because it looks like it's just directly tied to your,
Yes, sir.
Uplands.
No, we're the only one, but we've actually had it surveyed 3 times because we wanted to make sure. And the iron poles are actually still there. And so we went out and we've measured, you guys have measured, the surveyors have measured, just to make sure everything was the way it should be.
that was only, and the previous variance was granted to you, and that was in 2013, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else have a question of the applicant? Thank you so very much for your testimony today. Good. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Any opposition? Thank you. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions, any more questions of staff? General questions?
I
Yes,
guess
sir.
just a quick question. Is working? I guess the question I've got is, are there any restrictions on where the pool can go otherwise on this lot? I realize we've got the setback issues there. Can it go on the other side of the house? Or would that be an issue of what's the front of the house? Like, I know there's issues with buildings and things of that sort. Is there any restrictions on where a swimming pool can go
In
otherwise?
AGR, you could have a pool in the front, but that would be a question. I don't know if their neighborhood would allow that or not.
Right, okay.
And it would depend on where exactly that septic system is in the front too. So,
All right, thank you.
I don't think you could put it any closer to the house. Well, you could put it, butt it up to the house, but then you have,
No, I was just referring to it being on the other side of the
you
house.
have to have at least 6 foot separation from the house.
yeah.
May I answer that question?
I'm afraid not, sorry. Any other questions or discussion, board members?
Well, may I ask
Yes.
an additional question of the applicant? Would that be allowed, Mr. Chair, real quickly? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can vote to allow it to come back.
Okay, board members. Mr. Borkin would like to ask the applicant an additional question. I'd like a motion to allow him to do that. Is there anyone that would like to make a motion to allow him to do that?
It's his motion. It's Mr. Boykin's motion.
I'll make the motion, Mr. Chair, if I can get a second.
Okay, do we have a second? Ms. Smalls, okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Okay, carries.
I apologize if I might have been
Please,
able to.
that's all right, that's all right. That's what we're here for, we want clarity.
I may have been able to.
Please
ask this
state your,
of staff. I'm
just
sorry.
one moment,
Sorry.
please state your name and address again for the record.
Kathy Van Ort, 2401 Royal Oak Drive, Johns
Okay,
Island.
so we have a question for you
Okay,
again.
thank you.
Ms. Van Ort, I guess I didn't see on your plan, is by chance your septic system and everything on the other side of the house?
Yes, and
Okay,
that,
I
the septic
should've-
system had to be 125 feet back. And so that's why we would not have had to ask for the variance on the house if DHEC hadn't said this is the only place you can put it. So the pool would not fit in the front yard.
My apologies, not thinking of that the first time you were up there. Thank you.
No, that's,
Do we have anyone else
Good
to
question.
have a question? Thank you once again. All right, and we are gonna close it again, okay. Any more discussion? Any more questions? All right, board members, I need a vote to a motion to either approve or deny this case. All right, Mr. Freeman.
In the case of BZA 02-22-005559, on criteria number 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. Criteria number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Criteria number 3, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Criteria number 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by granting of the variance. And as for criteria 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district, to extend physical or non-conforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. The fact that the property may be utilized more properly should a variance be granted may not be considered grounds for a variance. As for criteria number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. And number 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of the ordinance. Along with the staff recommendation, number 1, prior to commencing construction, silk fencing shall be installed along the critical line. The silk fencing shall be maintained for the duration of construction. The swimming pool encroachment area shall be limited to the footprint area shown on the submitted site plan.
All right, Mr. Freeman, thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion that has been properly moved and second. Question? Very good, let's bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. And it's unanimous. Thank you. Congratulations. Your application has been approved, and we wish you the very best of luck in getting this pool constructed. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to go to our next case. Our next case will be done by Ms. Working. It'll be case BZA-02-22-00560.
The applicant and property owner Brad Hawkins of Hunter Holdings LLC is requesting a variance to prune more than 25% of the leaf surface of a 37-inch DBH, and that's diameter breast height, grand laurel oak tree at 1101 Quiet Road, and that's TMS number 53500000385 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties to the northeast, east, and southeast are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The adjacent properties to the west are located in the town of Mount Pleasant's jurisdiction. This is the zoning ordinance requirements. A zoomed-in aerial showing the property. Zoomed out. These are some photographs of the tree. See? Quiet Road. And on the bottom, looking at this screen, at the bottom left, there's a red star, and that's where the tree is located. I also have it shown on the plat in green, so all the way to the rear of the lot. Sorry. So we stated that the request may meet 1, 2, 4, and 7, and that it meets 5. However, we did not think we said it may not meet 3 and 6, and that is because there is the option to bore the electrical underground, so. That was what we came up with. And again, the board can approve of conditions or deny the request, or they may defer for additional information. Should you approve this request, we do have some conditions. If the requested tree dies within 3 years of BZA approval, the applicant shall mitigate the DBH of the tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliber, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 9.2.6 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. And 2, the applicant shall utilize a certified arborist to perform the pruning work. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Borkin?
Just real quickly, do you have an estimation of approximately how many feet of underground or buried line would be required to avoid the tree?
Do you know Sally? Sally visited the tree.
An estimation will be fine.
I don't know. The applicant may know. We actually met a representative from the power company out there a while back.
What, if anything, he may have said about the installation of the underground line?
It's been a while back, and it was. Yeah, I don't.
That's okay if you don't remember. That's fine.
Remember well enough to give you expert testimony.
Anyone else have a question? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present tonight? Up front, ready for us.
My name's Brad Hawkins. I live at 995 Ashley Avenue, Charleston, South Carolina. And I'd like to request to trim more than 25%, as stated on the application. I will need to work with, I've been working with Sally and the planning team to try and figure out a game plan to get this power line. If we could just pull the plan up that just showed the,
Ms. Working, if you pull that, okay. Ms. Murray is getting it.
maybe a different one, just the yellow highlighted one. It was one of the beginning ones, yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, that'll work. So where the power lines that run out there are very odd. It's kind of like they've been piecemealed together each time a new parcel's been recorded. So they come down, I think that says 387, the long portion up top. Wish I had a pointer for you, but I don't. And they cut across through the middle towards the bottom of, basically the power lines go across the middle of one of the parcels that make it unbuildable. And so what I'm trying to do is move that section where it comes across further up the road, so therefore it wouldn't be going across any of the home sites. And in order to do that, the only location that I can go to is right where that parcel gets really small, which is right at 20 feet. And so because Dominion Energy requires 15-foot setback from their power lines to do their tree clearing, it's going to put, in order to stay off the parcel on the left-hand side when you're driving down, I have to put the power pole in a very tight location to get the power line to the other transformer. I'm sorry I can't explain that much better. You probably have a lot of questions, and I can give you answers. Dominion Energy, they say they do not like to go, they didn't say they won't, they just said they do not like to go have above-ground service, then bore a section, and then have to come back up, and that's just for if storms happen, that, you know, they could have trouble finding where the break is. And so I'm kind of stuck in a hard spot here. I don't want to mess with the tree, but I don't really have many options here.
All righty. Do we have any questions of the applicant, board members?
I'll start.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Hawkins. How are
Hello.
you, sir? I guess I'm not following their logic on that. Where I live on Johns Island, several of our family members have underground lines to their residences. We're way off the road, and I mean, 1,500 feet off the road. And these lines come underground to us, and we have ground transformers. And those lines begin on elevated lines. How recently have you purchased this property?
2018, I believe.
Okay. And is it fair to say that all those transmission lines were already in place when you bought the property?
Yes, sir.
So the issue of unbuildability is pretty much between you and the power company more so than a hardship, because you knew that line was there when you purchased the property, correct? Okay. So is this not something that could have been resolved with the power company rather than having to encroach upon the tree? I mean, you said they didn't say they wouldn't do it or they would do it. I kind of feel like that's laying out there before we have to make a decision on whether or not to approve some radical pruning of this tree.
Yes, they've been out there 4 or 5 times. We met once with Sally and Tamara Avery. The gentleman that we met with every single time, I wish they would just give me a yes or no so I can figure out what to do. They just won't. And I have a meeting set up on Wednesday based off whatever answers you guys decide to give me, to then take to them to say, okay, they've denied my request or they've approved my request, one way or the other, so I can try and work with them. And if they would let me go underground, that would be ideal. I would love that. That would make my life a lot easier. But
I will share with you, I do have concerns. You know, I kind of agree with staff's position on criteria 3 and criteria 6 that you may not have met those, and I'm certainly want to help you any way I can, but I've got some difficulty wrestling those two things, especially with the power company out there, kind of this third party that might have the ability to rectify all of this. And I don't know if that's been exhausted yet, but that's just my position. I'll stand down and see if anyone wants to have other questions.
Anyone else have a question? Yes, Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on what Mr. Boykin asked, your testimony, you said the Dominion doesn't want to go underground, be above ground, go underground, and come back up.
Yes, sir.
Why can't you go below ground, stay below ground for your property and be done with it? Are you having to come back up past your, I guess you have 4 or 5 different sites. Are you having to come back up then at that point, or could you just have a tail that serves your property?
So that power line that comes down, where it cuts across, it serves it serves about 5 homes on the next neighborhood over, Pine Hollow. So I would have to go underground and redo everybody's electrical for the whole neighborhood. It's a very weird layout that they have. And I just don't know what, I'm trying to meet out with them again to just figure something out. They said they've been sending it to their engineering department and they're unable to come up with new plans or any new designs. But when I look at it, I'm not an electrical engineer, but I certainly feel like there's other options that they could do. So I don't know if they just have to be forced by, to give an answer, like if there's no other option. I'm really not sure.
That was my next question. Have you hired an electrical engineer?
A third-party electrical engineer?
Yeah.
No.
It might serve you well. They could argue on your behalf to Dominion or come up with a creative solution.
Okay.
Mr. Borkin, go ahead. You had a
If
question.
I may just follow up on, we're kind of working the same line here, no pun intended. Again, going back to where I live right now, we have Berkeley Electric Cooperative lines that go across our farm that service other people's property that aren't on our farm. And so I guess I'm just confused by the inability of them to run a line because we have everything you're dealing with where I live, and I'm not either not getting it or I don't understand. Is this more just a difficulty dealing with the power company not being accommodating to your needs?
Yeah, they don't want. I don't know if they don't want to help. I mean, I don't really have an answer for what they're going to do.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm trying to figure it out with you. All right,
Yeah.
thanks.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a stake in any of the adjoining properties? Do you have a stake in ownership of any of the adjoining properties?
Yes, the parcel that comes, the ingress egress, I own that parcel all the way down.
Can we go to that, Ms. Murray, with the yellow stripe? Which parcel, sir?
Where it says R4, I believe the 3 numbers above it, is that 397?
347, I believe.
347?
So I own that whole parcel, and that's where the power line comes down above. And then where the diagonal line is, where it says subject property.
That's yours. That's the one we're discussing.
Yep, that's
What about the
mine.
one beneath it, 387?
I own that parcel also.
388?
No, my eyes are bad and I don't have my glasses. I'm sorry.
Okay. What about the one next to it?
I own the
134?
whole strip all the way down, all those.
Okay. That brings us some clarity.
Apologize. And as I was walking in here today, I did get a letter of support for the large parcel that is.
004?
Yes. That's J.D. Madison. And I emailed that to Ms. Working.
Mr. Borkin, you have another question?
I guess I'm not sure to ask the question to, and maybe it's more of a statement. It seems like a key piece of the puzzle that we're left out here is a layout of the electrical grid there to see where homes are already being powered, to understand where they might tie into. I don't know if there are any houses on any of these properties without looking at it to see if there might be another way they can tie into your property rather than going through this oak tree. And I feel like I'm just blind right here without having the electrical grid from Dominion to look at. Is that something you could have provided, or?
I'm on Wednesday when I'm meeting with them. They're supposed to be bringing that out. Obviously, it's after this.
Would you be willing to defer this case and come back with having more information or having something that we could see to understand? I mean, I don't think I can vote on this one way or the other. I mean, I will, but I just feel like I don't have enough information because I don't understand the necessity of going through this tree with what I have before me. If that makes sense to you.
It does.
Okay.
I've been with this property for a long time, and I've had to fight every second of it.
We don't want to make you fight.
I'm
We're
not,
just trying.
you're not making it difficult. It's just how that property is for me.
Yes.
So the question at hand, Mr. Borkin has asked you, if you at this time care to defer the case, that would be in the affirmative or not?
Yes. I'll defer it.
You'll
If
defer.
you guys are willing to do it.
How soon could he come back, Ms. Working?
What are the information you're looking for? A plan, another plan?
We'd
Or-
like something from Dominion, regardless of who provides it, to understand where the electrical network runs and kind of hear, I guess, why can they not run power to this property without going through the tree, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We don't have a document, a statement, or anything from the company, and I just feel like we're flying blind here. I know he's frustrated dealing with them, and there may not be a sense of urgency to have this decision made tonight, but I don't want to hold you up for a long time.
Yeah.
But I feel like
it will probably be a while. He definitely can't come back in May. So, because May is completely full.
And just to,
I think Mr. Marchant's recommendation may be a good one, to find an electrical engineer who can help put together the pieces of this puzzle for you and fight with Dominion Energy.
Ms. Brooks?
Yeah, I just wanted to verify based on what he's saying when we met with the power company out on site. He didn't say necessarily, my take from it wasn't that they couldn't bore underground. It's just that they preferred not to do that because they don't like having overhead lines and then going underground and then coming back up. And so.
Well, this is almost like we got an issue.
And then the expense of it, and then the type of line they use to do that, and, you know, where the boxes connect to those between the underground and overhead lines. But, yes, so, I mean, since I'm not an electrical engineer either.
I'm just saying,
you know,
without
it's-
that professional or something from the power company, there was some statement why they will or won't do it. It just feels like we don't like to carve up live oak trees either, you know, so it's not a question of they will or they won't. They just don't feel like it, or they'd rather not, you know. I'm not trying to put it all on them, but that's their job, to bring power to folks' homes.
Sounds like a little more heat on Dominion Energy.
I hate to put it all on you, but that was just where I'm coming from. I just feel like, I don't know that there's not another way to address this without going through that tree, and I'm not getting an answer from you because you can't give an answer for the power company.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
it may be that you don't have to come back before this board if you get some creative solutions from others that might be able to help you for not a lot of money. I mean, we are sometimes used as the path of least resistance because it's easy, but that doesn't mean it's right. And so I'm just suggesting there may be an elegant solution to this that costs you less time and therefore less money, and we don't have to sit up here and make a decision based on lack of information.
I understand.
So at this time, you're looking at 60 days, am I right, Ms. Murray, Ms. Working?
Right.
Yeah, up to 90 days is
Up
what,
to-
you're only allowed to defer for 90 days, up to
Correct.
90 days, so.
But the next
Either
time he-
July, yeah. Or,
Alright.
wait. Possibly June, maybe
Okay,
July.
so right now, with the caseload that we have, it's possibly June. And so after your meeting on Wednesday, you would need to see that. But let's see if the board is willing to give you that deferral, first of all. Okay? So we have a motion for,
I'll make the motion for deferral.
and we have a second for a deferral. At this time, let's bring it, any questions, board members? All All right, let's bring it to a vote. All those in favor of deferring this case to the next opportunity that's available on the county's docket, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? It is unanimous. Within 10 days, you'll get information from staff letting you know when's the next time they can actually put you back on our caseload to be deferred back to this board if need be, okay? Thank you so very much for your time tonight, sir.
Much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we've been here quite a little while, and we will take a 10-minute break, and we will return at that time, okay? Thank you. Oh, All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 2 more minutes. 2 minutes. Could you close the door for us, please? Could you close the door, Mr. Huger? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will reconvene and start back up. Next case we have on our docket tonight is case BZA-02-22-00561. And Ms. Working will be doing that, and she will also read over the next case at the same time, 562. Okay? So, Ms. Working, thank you.
So this is, like you said, 00561. The applicant and property owner Eric Weir of Point Farms Investors LLC is requesting a variance to allow encroachment into 1.3 acres of the required 35-foot OCRM Office of Ocean and Coastal Resource Management critical line buffer for restoration of tidal salt marsh within existing impoundments and agricultural fields. The representative is American Mitigation Company, and they are being represented by Mary Shade with Nexon Pruitt, yes. The properties associated with the request are located in the Agricultural Preservation AG 15 zoning district on Wabla Island, and I'll read those into the record. We have 6601 Point Farm Road, and that's TMS number 13400000008. 6651 Point Farm Road is TMS number 13400000009. 1807 Sunny Point Road, TMS number 134000010. And then 66 and 36 and 6674 Point Farm Road is TMS number 13500000001. The applicable zoning ordinance regulations are Article 4.6, Section 4.63, and Article 4.24, Section 4247. The applicant is currently in the site plan review process. We posted the properties on March 15th, and some of our staff went on the properties to get interior photographs on February 22nd. So these were the photographs from February 22nd. Just a couple of some of the areas, Area 1 and Area 3. Some photographs of the pond. And more photographs of the ponds. This is just Point Farm Road, and then the intersection of Point Farm Road, Yellow House Road, Sunny Point, and Ranch Road. This is a 1961 aerial that was provided by the applicant, and then a 2017 aerial provided by the applicant. Regarding the figures, they're searching figures, and I'll go through them rather fast. They are in your packet, they've been online, but there's 1 through 6, figures 1 through 6 are encroachments and buffers. So for figure 1, we have area 1, 2, and 3. Figure 2 is area 4, 5, and 6. 3 is area 7, 8, 9, and 10. And figure 4 is area 1, 2, and 3. 5 is 4, 5, and 6. And 6 is 7, 8, 9, and 10. Then we have figures 7 through 12 are the trees. We'll talk a little bit more about this figure when I talk about the tree, but this one shows the tree they're requesting. Figure 8 is the drip lines. The trees. And then the final figure is 13. It shows the pre and post-construction critical lines. The survey plat is 16 pages long. I do have 11 of those pages, but in the end, if we need them. But I just put the cover sheet here for that. Okay. And then case BZA 02-22-00562. The applicant and property owner is Eric Weir of Point Farm Investors LLC. And they are represented by American Mitigation Company, Mary Shade of Nexon Pruitt. And in this request, they're requesting a variance to remove a 33-inch DBH diameter breast height grand double stemmed, so it's a 16-17 live oak tree for restoration of tidal salt marsh within existing impoundments and agricultural fields at 1807 Sunny Point Road, and that's TMS number 134000010 on Wamla Island. And again, these properties are all in the AG 15 agricultural preservation zoning district. These are the tree requirements in the ordinance. I zoomed in of just that parcel 10 thing that we did on March 15th, or March. And then again, the February site visit, they took pictures of the tree. So on some of the plans, it's labeled tree number 44, but it's a 33-inch double live oak tree. And this is back to figure 7 that's showing the 33-inch. And it is labeled tree 44 on this plan. So I'll go back to the first case, so ending in 00561. For that case, we stated that it may meet 1, 4, 6, and 7, and that it meets 2, 3, and 5. The board can approve. We're going to vote on them separately, but we just thought it would be easier to hear all the testimony as one. So the board may approve with conditions, or deny the request, or defer the application for more information. But if you choose to approve the application tonight, we have a couple of conditions. 1, the applicant shall consult with a certified arborist to monitor all grand trees within 40 feet of the restored tidal salt marsh and associated construction areas on the subject properties, and provide a report to the planning director every year for 5 years from the date the project commences. Any grand tree that dies within the time period due to saltwater encroachment or construction impacts shall be mitigated by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, including the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliber, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund, as described in section 9.2.6 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. Or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to removal. And 2, the applicant shall keep adjacent OCRM critical areas free of construction materials, litter, debris, chemicals, etc., and use best management practices during construction as required by SC, DHEC, OCRM, and other applicable agencies. 3, once the project has commenced, it shall be carried out to completion in an expedited manner in order to minimize the period of disturbance to the environment. So those were those conditions. And then for the Grand Tree case, 00562, we stated that we felt it meets 2, 3, and 5, and then it may meet 1, 4, 6, and 7. And again, you can approve conditions, deny, defer the case. If you do want to approve it tonight, we have a couple of conditions for this one as well. The applicant shall consult with a certified arborist to monitor all grand trees within 40 feet of the restored tidal salt marsh and associated construction areas of the subject properties, and provide a report to the planning director every year for 5 years from the date the project commences. Any grand tree that dies within this time period due to saltwater encroachment and construction impact shall be mitigated by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, including the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper equaling inch per inch replacement, or B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 9.2.6 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. And that's all I have for now, so if you want me.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Marchant, you were to my back, I'm sorry.
No. You go right ahead.
Tree mitigation. And I don't know, I mean, I've never thought about this until today. If an owner or an applicant is to replace a tree with 2.5 caliper, et cetera, how are those trees protected over the years until they reach grand tree status? Is there a monitoring system with that? In other words, how do we prevent an applicant from coming back and saying in 5 years, well, I'm going to remove 5 of these trees because they're not grand trees?
I think they
Just out of
use,
curiosity.
like, the watering bags is one thing for the newer trees, right, Sally? I don't know if that's the right term, but
Yeah, I mean, it is in the ordinance that any required landscaping is required to be maintained through, I guess if we found out that the trees were missing or they contacted us and said that they wanted to remove them, then we would work with them on a plan to find new locations for replacement trees.
Is there a time period for that, or is it at the discretion of the applicant coming to you and y'all deciding how to do that? I know this question seems a little out of place, but I'm trying to process in my mind future use of property, and if trees are used for mitigation, how do you keep them from moving?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I mean, this could apply to any property where we have required landscaping as part of either a application or a condition or something like that. But, this would just become part of the record with the plan and the permit that we issue for them. And then if there was ever question of it in the future, then we would have the plan showing where these trees were planted. And we could go out on site if we needed to verify if they were still there or not. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good question, sir. Question. Mr. Borkin, you had a question?
Sure. Ms. Working, I'll make sure I've got my hands around this alligator, so to speak. I can make sure I'm starting at the right point. This is the first mitigation bank case I've ever sat, a related case I've ever sat for. So this is a approved mitigation bank, this area, and according to the documentation I've read or schooled up on, it is, I understand mitigation banks can be for either preservation or restoration of salt marsh and or both. And it appears in this case, it is both, that there's going to be some restoration and some preservation. It's already, I guess it's approved, but there's an appeal in place with OCRM and also the Corps of Engineers for this project. I guess my question is, I don't know, or is there a way they could do the restoration without removing the dike, which is disturbing the critical area? So it's almost like, can they do what they're approved to do by these other agencies? At least for now, they're approved to do it without interfering with the critical area, is kind of what I'm getting at. I don't know how they can restore the salt marsh if they don't remove part of the critical area to allow the tide to return to where it once was in these ponds and other areas. Is that a fair estimation of kind of what's before us?
I mean, my understanding is they need this variance to do this specific project.
Well,
Whether
that-
they can do
I
a
guess maybe I'm
different
saying it more
project, I
complicated,
don't know.
Okay.
But to do this specific project,
Okay.
they needed the critical line and then the tree. Because we talked about that too, Sally and I talked about, do they really need this tree variance? And in order to do this project, they do.
Okay. I guess that was my answer I was trying to get to. Okay, thank you. That's all I've got.
Anyone else have a question? Yes, sir.
I have another tree question. I'm excited about trees tonight. Not really. The conditions that you're recommending for 5 years and commencement, or from commencement, talk a little bit about the timing of that and why 5 years, why not 7, why not 3? Is commencement the right word, or is completion of the right word? Do you care if we recommend changes? So,
Yeah. So typically, this would be to capture trees that are in the vicinity of the work, grand trees that may be impacted, may or may not be impacted by the construction or the change in the water table. Usually, if trees are impacted during construction, it takes several growing seasons for them to, they'll start slowly like dying back. It'll take a couple of growing seasons to be able to see the impacts. So usually within 3 to 5 years, if a tree is gonna decline from construction, you will have seen that reflection in the health of the tree by then. So that's why we picked that
but
timeline.
this also addresses salt infiltration into the land, which would happen if we
Right,
restore
right.
the wetland.
Yes, we would consider that as, you know, if that was the cause, the tree to decline, that would be one, we would want the tree to be mitigated.
Is 5 years the right time period for that?
I
Is
think so,
commencement
yeah.
of the work the right time period, or completion of the work? I mean, I'm asking because I
Right.
want to make sure that we're doing the right thing by way of mitigation. If the commencement of the work takes 2
Right.
years. and
Yeah,
then-
maybe
and then we're
completion
flooding,
would be
right?
better.
So, okay.
Language for that, sure.
Okay.
Good point. Any other questions of staff? Very good. If the applicant would please come forward, please state your name and application, and please tell us why we should approve this application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Information out. My name's Mary Shade. I'm an attorney with Nixon Pruitt. My address at my office is 205 King Street, Charleston, 29401. I represent Point Farm Investors, LLC. With me is a member, Jim Blair. You've seen Eric Weir's name on the screen. He and Jim are members of the LLC and own the property in question. If I could ask Ms. Working, is there a way to get that picture that I sent you on the screen?
So tonight, we're going to grant you 10 minutes
Oh,
because we will combine both of these pieces so that you can thoroughly execute your point, okay?
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As has been stated, the need for these variances was triggered by, first of all, a sort of complicated and lengthy process of having a mitigation bank approved by the Corps of Engineers. And then what followed that was DHEC OCRM, Ocean and Coastal Resource Management, issued a permit for restoration of salt marsh. The map that you have in front of you indicates areas 1 through 10 on the map. Those are areas where something is limiting tidal flow. In many instances, it's a berm. In other instances, it could be some kind of impediment to flow. And so in order to restore salt marsh, we want to remove those berms or change those impediments. And what that does, of course, is restore the flow and allow for, at the conclusion of this project, the Corps of Engineers is giving us credit for 60 acres of created marsh. So we're impacting 1.3 acres because we do, some part of that berm is in the critical area. And not all 10 of these berms, that sometimes there's a different kind of blockage of navigation in these areas, but some part of that berm is in the critical area. We're going to be impacting 1.3 acres and achieving the goal of creation of 60 acres. not just 60 acres, we're lengthening our critical line by 60,000 linear feet. So that's the things that we're asking this board to balance. I want to assure this board that this type of activity, this historic activity of impounding saltwater areas, this was conducted either illegally or prior to regulation of the Clean Water Act. Today, public policy and environmental regulation would prohibit this type of activity. And for landowners that have existing impoundments, if that impoundment is ever degraded where the salt marsh starts to restore itself, they're not allowed to repair the impoundment. So what you see commonly is people with existing impoundments staying on top of the repair because they know once they lose that impoundment, they can't put it back in because it has been determined to be not a good thing. It's a bad thing. And of course, the guardian of critical areas, DHEC OCRM, that issued our permit allowing us to restore this 60 acres of marsh, they wouldn't allow a permit for impoundment these days. So public policy, environmental public laws do not support impoundments, but they do support restoration. The Corps supports restoration of impacted salt marsh areas. It's replete throughout its mitigation rule that it applies when it's evaluating projects. OCRM supports restoration. Restoration for DHEC is the cure for any environmental illegal activity that you've undergone. Restoration is seen as a benefit. This county may not have an ordinance promoting restoration, but it certainly promotes protection of saltwater wetlands. It understands the importance of saltwater wetlands with its buffers. So I tell you all just to assure you that this is a very beneficial project, entirely consistent with all the rules, policies, and regulations associated with environmental protection. And the historic act of impounding these areas is completely inconsistent. The condition the property's in today is completely inconsistent with beneficial public policy and with the rules and regulations as they exist today. I've noted that with the granting of this variance, you are allowing the creation of 60 acres of tidal wetlands. You're allowing for marsh migration, which is, as the county, I'm sure, is in its planning, has become more sensitive to sea level rise. You want to see more marsh, you want to see more wetlands, and you're restoring the natural flow of water. Before focusing on the specifics of this application, just because this project has had a great deal of publicity, I think it's important for me to bring to your attention what our detractors say about our project. Our detractors say that our project is going to destroy freshwater wetlands. That really isn't the case. These berms are old. In 2017, one of them was overtopped by one of those major storms in 2017. None of the ponds are really reflective of true freshwater environment. One of the ponds was delineated in 2015 when they got a wetland delineation as freshwater, but after 2017, the characteristics of that pond has changed. These are not your typical freshwater environments. These berms have been overtopped. Now they're not degraded, but they have, they're not degraded completely beyond repair, but they have been overtopped. And again, I remind you, if we're infecting existing wetlands, we are creating 60 acres of salt marsh. So again, I'd like for you to balance that against the concerns that might be addressed. Our opponents have complained that the project would impact public property, and I say to you, the reason OCRM exists is because all property below mean high water is public property, and they grant licenses for use of public property. And our project met DHEC OCRM's regulation, and we got a license from DHEC to restore tidal salt marsh, to work on public property within critical area to restore tidal salt marsh. Our opponents have noted that they have concern for the wood stork, which is a threatened and endangered species. When we went through the lengthy mitigation banking process, we had every agency in the federal government, environmental agency, resource agency, looking at our application. We had U.S. Fish and Wildlife, we had National Marine Fisheries, we had South Carolina DNR, And not one of those agencies concluded that our project would affect threatened and endangered wood storks. And these are the agencies that are experts in species and habitat protection. We have heard that from our detractors that our buffers are inadequate. Well, in fact, and this drawing is important, you've got the green boundary line, which is the critical line, and then the hatched area and the dashed line. Your regulations in Ag 15 require 35-foot buffers from the critical line. We have provided 150 feet in width. Now, it's an average width, but it predominates our buffer. It's not something that you'll just see occasionally. It predominates our buffer. 4 times your required buffer is what we've required. We've also recorded a conservation easement because mitigation banking is about conserving, preserving, and protecting property. And that easement protects 1,313 acres. We have protected 1,313 acres of this tract. Our opponents have expressed concern that we're setting a bad precedent, okay? I say we're setting an excellent precedent. We've recorded a conservation easement to fulfill this mitigation banking. We've gone to OCRM. We're going to restore 60 acres of salt marsh. We're going to increase critical areas. We're going to extend the critical line boundary. And I don't understand why that would be considered a bad precedent. But I think we all are well familiar with the laws of zoning and that you're not bound by your precedent. Every case is a case-by-case basis. Every case is unique. We've been asked or you will be asked, I think, to put us on hold while we go through the OCRM process. We have an OCRM permit. We are 50% there. We have the agency on our side. The administrative law court process takes a year. The folks that are opposed to our project, Coastal Conservation League, they have a long history of appealing permits, and they don't stop at the administrative law court. They'll go all the way to the Court of Appeals in many instances. So what you would be asking us is to put it on hold almost an indefinite period of time, but very much over a year. If at the end of the day you grant this variance, that will probably be challenged too. We will vigorously defend every approval we have, but we don't think it's a good idea to wait for something to end and then start something else, because that's a significant amount of delay. And what opponents to environmental permits have learned is delay is the most effective tool that they can use. Now, oh, thank you. I'll speed it up.
4 minutes.
Okay. You might hear that mitigation banks are a bad thing. They're not, okay? But South Carolina has a shortage of mitigation banks and an extreme shortage of title credits. In the next 5 years, we're earmarked $6 billion for infrastructure projects. Now, to the extent any of those projects are occurring in the 8 coastal counties, they're gonna need tidal wetland credits. Now, there's nothing negative about infrastructure. A public policy of improving, making safer, and building infrastructure for your community is a beneficial public policy. That's what this mitigation bank does. It provides government entities, DOT, Charleston County, an opportunity to fix Main Road, for example. Main Road running right between 2 wetland boundaries. Clearly, there's going to be some impacts, tidal impacts, and these credits are going to be necessary to relieve the traffic on Main Road. We can't do this project without getting in the critical area. We can't do this project without taking that tree down because, again, to create that 60 acres of salt marsh, we've got to work in those berms. I really appreciate your time. I brought a wealth of resources with me. I have a property owner, if you have any questions of him. I've got our consulting group who designed our mitigation bank permit, and I've got our licensed arborist. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please hold one moment, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's okay. All right, board members, do we have any questions of the applicant? Yes, sir. We'll start on my right.
Ms. Shade, thanks for that testimony. Could you talk a little bit about the why? I mean, why are we doing this? I think that's good for this board to understand. And And then maybe a little bit about the mitigation bank credits, and is that part of the why, or is that just a benefit to this exercise?
Well, the why is because there's a piece of property that came on the market that presented a bunch of opportunity for restoration. So it could be preserved instead of being put to its uses of agriculture or silviculture or even the development rights. It could be preserved, and yet it could still be, you know, they're going to make some money off of this. They're spending extreme sums of money on this. It was very expensive property, and they're not putting it to its highest and best use, which would be waterfront development. And but then it's also the fact that there's tidal saltwater credits are almost impossible to find. I represent a lot of clients who impact wetlands, and they're extremely expensive, and that's good. It's a disincentive. We shouldn't be impacting, unless we absolutely have to, we shouldn't be impacting salt marsh. But, and they're very difficult to find, and we need them. $6 billion in the next 5 years, all the good stuff we can do for our community. The bike lane we can put over the bridges, et cetera, go on and on and on, and we're gonna need these credits. And they go fast because you have to pay a significant amount of money and buy a significant amount of credits to compensate for your impact. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Shade. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
Me too. And I guess I know you personally. Were you not formerly the chief counsel for OCRM?
About 2 decades ago.
Okay, no. And I worked with your
For
husband.
about 10 years.
I worked with your husband at the United States Attorney's Office. I just got a few things to go through. I'm listening. I mean, again, this is my first rodeo dealing with all this, so I had a lot of catching up to do. The whole mitigation bank is it a relatively new thing, or has it been around for a while?
It's been around, I think the core reg's been out since 2008.
Okay.
So it's, yeah, since 2008.
Somewhat recent, okay. And in this instance, if I'm trying to go through all this, this particular mitigation bank, was it, I guess, purchased or utilized is the right word? Charleston County Council is using this bank to offset the encroachment of marsh for the main road corridor project. Okay, and they have to do that in order to
Yeah.
they got to, and it also, in reading all this, it has to be in the same area. The mitigation has to be in the same area, or at least the same area of impact, or
Yeah.
okay,
Watershed.
zone, or how. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so I was looking at a lot of the. I mean, I've poured through all of the letters. A lot of great points made. A lot of concerns. I realize the Corps has approved it, and the OCRM has issued a permit. I understand there's an appeal to the permit. If this board were to approve this project, would you have any objection to a condition in addition to what staff has put together for us to tie our approval to the final outcome of OCRM? In other words, to kind of ensure that someone couldn't go encroach into the critical area if they didn't secure or win the final approval of OCRM. That wouldn't make any good sense, I guess.
Right.
Condition it. So would that be amenable?
Oh, yes.
Okay, that was one of the big points that I've read in there. Our family's fortunate to have a large area of marsh and live on the water, and this is so familiar to me, just looking at the lay of the property and all that. And the wood stork question, I didn't understand that because, every day I'm at home, we have wood storks that roost on fresh water, but we have wood storks that are daily feeding out in the salt marsh. That's where a lot of their diet is. I mean, I sit there and watch them every day in the marsh. So I don't know that I understand the argument or the persuasion of the folks that are saying that it's going to hurt the wood stork. That doesn't make good sense to me. I mean, again, they spend a lot of their time in the marsh foraging and feeding. The other question, I guess, is one of the benefits you mentioned. They have to breach this area so that marsh mitigation, migration can occur. I guess my question to you was I should say, most of the obstructions for this flow of tidal water, was it all man-made at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are man-made obstructions.
So they once was salt marsh, and this is not like flooding, I'll call it virgin area that never was inundated by saltwater intrusion. This is putting it back to where it once was.
We have a plat from 200 or so years ago that shows that whole area as marsh.
Okay.
Not the upland, it shows upland too, but it
Alright.
shows that vast area of marsh.
And again, I'm no math whiz, I'm just trying to catch up with all this. So it's got to be fairly astronomical. We're talking about losing a small area of critical line, but exponentially increasing new critical line, or should I say former critical line, restoring former critical line. And then I guess at that point, at high water, it would no longer be private, it would then become public, because once you've opened it up, and if you can navigate it at high water, that means folks can fish and kayak, and they can get all in the interior of this 60 acres as long as there's water in there. Is that correct?
And yeah, public property below mean high water. They have
That's
full
the way I
access.
understood. Okay, I'm just, again, I'm kind of walking through all these different things. You mentioned the critical line buffer. Currently, in the Ag Preservation District, it's 35 feet. And you're saying that on average, when y'all do this, it would go to 150 feet. Okay. Is that being done through an easement? That 150?
that's
okay.
already recorded.
That's protected area. Okay. So that easement is done, sealed, signed, delivered. Okay.
Recorded.
So they can't take it back.
I don't think so.
I'm
I don't
not-
think so.
Okay. I mean, it's not like pending what happens
No,
here
I mean,
tonight.
we've got a easement holder and everything.
Right,
so
but it's
that'd be
been-
a hard deal to undo.
No, I guess what I'm trying to say, it's recorded,
Yeah.
all that good stuff. Okay, I'm again, more concerns. I'm trying to go through this one thing at a time. Okay, let's see. All right, I'm trying to think what else here. I'm trying to get all my thoughts together. Okay, back to the conservation easement. So the property, you mentioned there's a conservation easement on 1,313 acres. Do you know, is most of that high ground, or is it a combination of high ground and marsh, or do you know what the ratio of that is, or makeup?
So the black hatched line, what is the conservation easement line? Oh, black, the
Okay.
black and white hashed line.
Those are protected areas?
Yes.
Okay,
And so there's considerable amount of high ground in those areas.
okay. But is there also salt marsh that's part of that easement?
Yes.
And not getting all in the weeds here, I'm going to presume, was there a proprietary grant, King's grant, or land warrant, or something that was, I guess, researched and established that property owner had ownership of the marsh before claiming it to be able to use it as a mitigation bank?
There was an effort to get that demonstrated. We do trace title back to a King's grant. We do have a very beautiful plat of the property. So there's a very strong legal presumption that the state owns the marsh. And the only way you can rebut that presumption is to show that you can show that the proprietor or the king or the state intended to convey the marsh. And so anyway, it doesn't mention marsh. And so we went to court to attempt to establish that, and we were not successful. But that did not prevent the Corps of Engineers from approving our mitigation bank. That did not prevent OCRM from issuing our restoration permit. And really, when you're proving title, there's a statutory procedure that you follow against the state because they're so disinclined to get rid of, to give state property to private people. They're very disinclined to do that. It's supposedly when you're against the state. I think that's the wording of the statute. And we don't even feel like we're against the state here.
Well, I guess that was my question. I guess you've already answered it. I guess the answer is no.
Right.
You don't have to go to the point of suing the state of South Carolina and taking on the AG's office to assert ownership of the marsh in order for that marsh to be allowed to be a mitigation bank? Is that fair to
You
say?
don't have to own marsh to put a conservation easement on it. And there are many conservation easements.
Okay.
In fact, the tract that came out of our tract from the King's Grant that somebody else owns, it's above us, or that tract has a conservation easement on it. But if they came out of our grant, they can't rebut the state's presumption of ownership of the marsh. But nobody has challenged the enforceability of that. So no, in fact, if you look at the Conservation Easement Act, it talks about easements on waters, easements on marshlands. So, you know, bottom line is the mitigation banking rules didn't require it, but we did try to go through the process to ease some concerns.
And I guess for clarification, the mitigation requirement and hence the mitigation banks are a federal program?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I don't have anything else.
And OCRM didn't have a problem issuing us a permit for restoration either, knowing that we're a mitigation bank.
Okay.
And they represent the state as relates to licenses for marsh use.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else? Very good. Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this application, either application at this time? Do we have anyone that'd like to speak in favor of this application? Okay. Do we have anyone that'd like to speak in opposition? Very good. Please come forward, state your name and address, and please tell us why we should disapprove this application.
I'm Louise Maybank, 2029 Burger Hill Road, Willow Island. I'm here in opposition. But what I really want to do first, since we've been here for 2 hours and we drive 60 miles round trip to get here, is to ask the people who also are against to stand up, because we've been, all of you. I just want you all to know that we care that we care desperately about this island, and this particular problem is a monumental issue for us. And you've heard Mrs. Shea talk about the various levels. It's federal permits, it's state permits, and tonight we're with you. In addition to that, the millions of dollars are already in escrow at Nixon Pruitt, or wherever they went, for the mitigation bank. The monies have already gone. And I think that what I would say, because there are plenty of people behind me to speak about the technical aspects of it, is that I would like for you all to understand that this issue is an extremely serious issue, and I don't want to be trite, but I liken it to the English nursery rhyme about this is the house that Jack built. And we all know that that's a metaphor for a very poorly built house, and it has cumulative problems as they go forward through the various rhymes, and you all know that rhyme. And this is for us truly the house that Jack built. It's a poorly built house. It's got multiple issues that are going to be following, and all of which you will hear. We could rebut every single thing that we sat there and heard, and we will rebut it. And I hope that you all listen as attentively to us as you did to Mrs. Shade, because there is another side. And we're called detractors, and yes, we are detractors, but we care about this beautiful island. Thank you.
One moment. Does anyone have a question of her? Anyone? You do? Mr. Marchant?
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Maybank. I guess my question is, and maybe this is what others might say, you said they would address some technical issues, but tell us why this would detract from the future of Walmart Island, in your opinion.
There's so many technical issues that you need to hear. And I am not an attorney, but I can tell you, we could go down one by one and explain where we disagree with the technical aspects of it. I have read some of the information that you have, and I think it's very carefully outlined in the letters that have come from the various organizations and the attorneys. And I am not equipped to be technical about it. I'm just leading the ranks, okay? So, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Maybank. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition of this application? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Kathy Jordan. I live at 2055 Allendale Plantation Road on Wadmalaw. I'm speaking on behalf of the Wadmalaw Island Land Planning Committee tonight. We've submitted some letters to you, of which I gave you some updated versions this afternoon with some attachments. We oppose this request because the application doesn't meet the following zoning requirements. First, an OCRM buffer area reduction goes against the ZLDR's wetland buffer rules and the waterfront development standards, which specifically prohibit soil disturbance, excavation, and the destruction of existing vegetation. Second, not all elements of the hardship test criteria are met. We have listed 4 of the 7 criteria in our letter, but I'd like to highlight 2 of them. In regard to Section 310.6.1, Point Farm investors and American Mitigation Bank are using their proposed work in the salt mark as their exceptional condition pertaining to this piece of land. This is a self-imposed hardship, since the proposed project and work are being done voluntarily. It is not a hardship created by a particular condition of the land. In regard to Section 310.6.7, 3 key elements of the comprehensive plan are violated: the land use, natural resources, and resilience elements, all of which promote restrictive development standards that protect areas along the critical line and low-lying properties. Third, the applicant represents in their variance application, Corps of Engineers Mitigation Bank application, OCRM critical area permit application, and in their contract with county council to sell credits to the county that they own the marsh. This conflicts with a court order that ruled that they do not own the marsh. The applicant also states that they have an OCRM permit to do this proposed work. However, because the permit is on appeal, the permit is not final. We have attached to our revised letter the court order, the DHEC permit appeal, and the county council contract for your reference. We feel that the ownership of the marsh relates to every aspect of this project, including the specific work proposed on the upland property. We're requesting that our revised letters and all of those attachments be made part of the record. And then in regard to the tree variance, we're opposing this application as well because we stand by the county's tree protection ordinance. The tree is not diseased or dying or a threat to property or people, and with as much highland as the applicant owns, there should be a way to avoid removing this grand tree. The removal of this tree only serves to ease the burden of the work on the proposed project. That's it.
Okay. Do we have anyone has a question? Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking down and writing. Anyone have a question? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Ms. Jordan. How are you?
Great.
I was listening to everything you said. I guess this is coming to me again, another one of these issues of separate sovereigns. You know, you got the federal government, the state government, and now the county government. I don't agree with you on that they've manufactured this hardship in the sense of where we are now. Once the Corps of Engineers designated that as a mitigation bank, it is what it is. It's a mitigation bank, and it serves no purpose if it can't be purchased or utilized. What was the point in making it? So that ship has sailed. The fight may have been to not let it be a mitigation bank, but the Corps decided, and that's their sole province to make that decision. The other issue is this whole mitigation bank process is not a state or county issue, it's a federal issue. And so the Corps has now approved this to be used in this fashion, and now OCRM, the state agency who regulates the critical line, you know, in fact, it was created and they were they're the, I guess other than what we do, they're pretty much the sole authority on it. And they have already issued a permit for it. I guess the thing that's kind of confounds me in this case is we're talking about the removal of critical line that was man-made, not natural, but it's going to restore how many fold or how many, exponentially original critical line that was destroyed when these dikes were put up. It almost seems counterintuitive to me. I'm not for or against one side or the other. I'm trying to sit up here objectively and listen to all of this. And I know there's a strong passion here. But what I'm not hearing so far, and I may hear it later, is what the real objection to the county of Charleston has purchased these credits, which that's part of what they do, building roads and so forth. They got to buy them somewhere, and there's only going to be so many of these banks, and this bank is in the area of impact. I'm not following the harm here. Maybe I'll hear it later. The thing is, it wouldn't have existed but for the interference of man. It would have already been critical line and already been salt marsh. The other thing I go to is I don't see the impact or harm to the community. If nothing else, it's going to open up 60 more acres of recreational access to the people that live there.
In the county council contract, it specifically says that they will allow the public to come on with special permission. It's not just open.
They won't have a choice about that if...
You would think, but you also would think you can't own anything below the high tide mark, and somehow they're doing that, even though the court says they don't own it.
That's not true. There is a way you can own it. There's lots of people in Charleston County that actually own the marsh.
Well, the court in this case has said they don't own it.
You're right. And in this case, they failed to meet that burden. But there are other property owners that do, in fact, own the marsh and can, because they are able to produce sufficient proof. And this goes down a whole nother road. That's why I asked Ms. Shea, because I don't know all these answers. I was under the assumption that you couldn't sell what you don't own. Fair enough?
Exactly.
But apparently that's not the case. Apparently you can sell what you don't own because they just did. Just back up now. This isn't about what might have happened. This is what has happened. That was my question. I made that distinction. I don't agree with that, but apparently it's legal. The other issue is I'm well acquainted with what you have to go through to own marsh. I know the steps. I know the process. I know that the Attorney General's office is directed to fight every one of them all the way up to the Supreme Court. And most folks can't afford to do that. I find it interesting that the state certainly is on notice that this happened, that they were basically selling marsh they didn't own to the federal government for the purpose of mitigation bank. Where's the state's lawsuit? It's almost like acquiescence, like they already fought and said you don't own it. Now they're not going to show up and say you can't sell it or claim a benefit from it. And I find that very interesting that the state, almost, just like I said, just by inaction, has kind of acquiesced in this decision that they can do this. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just trying to follow the facts.
I got you. Let's just not make it easy then.
This is a part of a process. Let me go back to this. So this board, we're not in charge of mitigation banks. We're not in charge of OCRM or the Corps of Engineers and decisions they make. But we have to decide this is a situation of the applicant's own actions. If the banks were created for this purpose to be able to sell credits to offset transportation projects that are going to happen, whether we want them or not, doesn't matter. We got to have them. It's going to happen. This is part of the process. I can't put this on the applicant that they've created this. In my understanding, unless y'all can explain another way this works, how do they then comply with the restoration that they've been approved to do if they can't breach the dikes, which are the critical areas in question, to accomplish that? So now we have this issue of, it's not conflicting statutes, but there's a thing in here where you've got different agencies involved in something that I don't think we can stop a process that they are authorized by law to complete, and that's where things get a little twitchy here. I don't think that they're responsible for creating it, and I don't know any other way that they complete the restoration of this marsh without opening it up, because that's what OCRM and the Corps require. So again, I'm not up here on one side or the other. I'm just this is our first one of these we're done. So I'm listening. So y'all keep coming, I'm keep listening. But if there's anything else you want to add to what you've said, I want to give you a minute.
Well, it's really complicated, right? It's crazy complicated. But I think the bottom line is how do you sell something you don't own? You said it, and
Well,
that's.
apparently, we don't have to
that's-
worry about it because it's already happened. But I agree with you. I'm equally
I
confused.
disagree with that basic premise, and ownership is at the heart of every single piece of this puzzle, and I would argue that they don't own it.
I agree with you. They don't own it. Ms. Shade has said as much. The problem is the federal government simply doesn't care. It met their criteria to say, yes, you can put a mitigation bank there and you can sell it, and that's out of our wheelhouse here. So I just want to say, I agree with
Gotcha.
you. I don't think they should be able to do it either.
A tiny little piece of the puzzle where you asked, does it become then public land that people can fish and hunt and whatnot? And the applicant said that, yes, it does. In that contract with county council, with Charleston County that you have in front of you, it specifically says that they will grant permission to school groups and whatnot. And the average Joe is not going to be able to put on their waders and take their kayak up in there based on what that contract says.
I would agree with you. You can't step out onto the marsh. You can't step out on the mud if they own it. But you just heard tonight, they don't own any of the marsh, the additional marsh outside the 60 acres they're going to create.
Then how do they reap the benefits and
That'd be a
monetary gain
great question
of
to
it?
take up
Why
with
isn't
the
that
Corps of
going into
Engineers,
the
but not with this
coffers
board.
of our state?
Right. So the next point to you is once, and I'm sure there's plenty of attorneys out there, once they breach this, and once the tide, when the tide rises, it floats all boats. Once that boat floats over that cord grass, that's public water. And you can float your little boat, kayak, paddleboard, wherever you can get to at high water, and it's going to be open. So there's no way legally, lawfully, they can stop you from taking your kayak, your canoe, or whatever floats. Can't get out of it on their high ground, but there's no way they can stop that. They can't put a fence or a cable across it or anything.
I'm just saying it's in the contract.
I think what they're referring to, and I'm saying I think they're referring to the high ground. You can't get out on the property. They may be granting access to the property, the high ground of the property, which they can do or not do. And whether they do or don't, it's not a concern of this board tonight. But I'm just trying to make sure we stay in the lane on what we got working with.
I gotcha.
Anything else? All right.
Nope,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
trying to give you things in your lane.
Thank you, ma'am.
One moment. Do we have Mr. Marchant?
Ms. Jordan, thank you for your testimony. I have two questions. One, you mentioned, I'm paraphrasing, and correct me if I missed this, something about this is not in the spirit of resiliency. If you could expand on that a little bit. And then we did get a packet when I walked in here at 1 till 4 today. I have not read this packet. So tell me what's in here that matters so it helps.
It has the documents in regard to ownership. It has the judgment from Judge Scarborough regarding ownership. And it has the DHEC permit appeal and that county contract are all in there.
So mostly related to ownership.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
talk about resiliency a little bit. How is this in the face of resiliency? Just curious what you're thinking on that.
I'm not sure I have a great answer for that. Well, I guess that it won't return to what it is at this time. I mean, it's not going to return to this delicate balance of brackish and between the salt and the fresh, which is an unusual habitat. And it's not going to return to that once it's fully breached and becomes fully salt.
Does returning to what it was originally naturally found, is that resiliency? I mean,
It's been like it is now for a real long time.
right, 50 years or so,
Maybe more like 70, 80.
70?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
I'll just follow up one quick thing. Back to the ownership thing, and I know you spend a lot of time talking about they don't own it, they shouldn't be able to get credit or sell credits for it. The other part of this, not only did the Attorney General's office have notice of this and failed to exercise anything stopping them from claiming it to use it for the credits. Other thing is OCRM is a state agency, and they've approved their part in this, and apparently they don't care about who owns it either. So I'm just gonna make two notes that we got the state involved, but they apparently don't care enough to exercise any authority over it in either instance. other than
If you
saying,
think it's wrong, like I think it's wrong, I
I'm
would ask
confused
you
by it,
to
yes, I'm
try
confused,
to
and I
not
don't
make
think
it
it's.
easy.
No, but my opinion about whether it's right or wrong doesn't matter up here on that,
Well,
but
I'm
I agree
trying
with
to
you.
speak to your specific points. I
Yes,
really
ma'am, no,
am.
you're hitting them, and I'm paying attention to everything you're saying, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition of this case? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Leslie Linhart. I'm with the South Carolina Environmental Law Project, and I'm here speaking today on behalf of the Coastal Conservation League in opposition to this variance request. And I do have some comments. I want to, first of all, say that as you all are very well aware, the law in South Carolina is that a variance is only legal if it falls very squarely within the 7 criteria that you are charged with considering. And it's also clear that a party cannot claim an unnecessary hardship based on owner-created conditions, conditions that they cannot be self-created problems. And we believe today that the developer, the applicant, the opponent here today has chosen this project for this property, has gotten a license to operate a business in the form of a mitigation bank for this property. There was no bank there before. Now they're starting from scratch. And I'd like to address Board Member Boykin, the question that you raised about the core, and I believe you mentioned the ship has sailed. And I really don't, I disagree with that characterization of it. What they got is an authorization to operate this type of business on the property. They did not get a directive from the Corps that this is how the mitigation credits are going to be used for the Johns Island widening project, for example. That's just one of the things that they're going to use. They're going to make a tremendous amount of money with this project. And I think you, and the lady who spoke earlier, I think y'all are at least in an agreement on the ownership question really isn't the kind of the crux of the problem. I think what this board needs to look at is the 7 criteria, right? And the mitigation, the value of mitigation banks, I don't think is before you. They certainly are going to be necessary. That's how projects like this get done. That's how transportation projects get done. This is not the only opportunity for them to obtain saltwater credits. So I would urge the board to look at the 7 factors. And we did provide written comments, and I do apologize. They were brought to you very recently, and they address all of the 7 criteria and why they don't meet those in detail. But I would just like to highlight a few in my short period of time. Criteria 2 and 3, the conditions that are applicable to this property are applicable to all the other properties in the area. There are plenty of uses that can be made of this property that are very profitable, that they can make uses of, that everyone here today and many other property owners have made use of their property. So you're not severely restricting the property. Yes, they've chosen this one path forward, but that may not be the only path, and certainly isn't the only path. They can make use of this property. There's an abundance of high ground on the property that can be used they could develop it or do other things with it. They may not be able to do the mitigation bank here, but that doesn't mean that this variance should be granted. As well, many other people have easily complied with the zoning ordinance, and this zoning ordinance was in place when they purchased the property, so they were well aware of it. We believe that Criterion 4 is not met, that the activity is significantly contrary to the public good. I know there's some debate about the wood stork and the use of the habitat that's made of this freshwater wetland. I think there are other migratory shorebirds that use this property. And I also believe that there's been some question about the value of freshwater wetlands. It's true, these freshwater wetlands were not original to the property. They originally were salt marsh. But they were impounded, they have been impounded, and they bring a valuable habitat, wildlife habitat. That's why people still have them. That's why they maintain them, for ducks and other species that live there. Ms. Shade made a point about salt versus fresh water.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, we
That's okay.
request that you,
No, not yet. Do we have any questions of this young lady? Yes?
I have a question which will allow you to keep going. Ms. Lindhart, good to see you.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit more about public good as it relates to the degradation of fresh water by way of this project or by way of the next storm we get that breaches the berms, and therefore this all becomes salt water restoration land. Because of that, I mean, they can't restore, my understanding from what I've heard tonight, that can't be restored back to freshwater. And I'm back on this resiliency question, which is, at some point, this is going to happen. Do we take advantage of the opportunity before us with what's happening to allow for some mitigation banks and other things like that? But how this relates to public good, I'm interested in what you have to say on that. Because I see quite a bit of public good through this project. So keep talking. That gives you a little more time. And if you want to keep talking about something else,
Thank you.
I would grant you that.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Well, I think the public good, there obviously is I mean, there's no question, the transportation projects that are going to need mitigation. And salt marsh it is valuable. There's no question about that. What I think is the question here for the public good is the impact that it's going to have on the property owners that live around here. I think the public good question can even be addressed vis-a-vis how much the taxpayers are going to have to pay. I mean, these are very expensive saltwater credits that the county is going to have to use. You know, I tie the public interest to the environmental impacts of the benefit to the wildlife for this area of salt marsh. I mean, for this area of fresh marsh that's going to be blown out. I think it should be preserved. But I don't think that's the only factor here. I think, and I was going to talk a little bit about freshwater versus salt earlier when I was talking about the value of fresh versus salt. One of the reasons why the policy is to not impound salt marsh anymore, why it's prohibited from doing that, is not necessarily just because fresh is worse than salt. It's because there's a policy against navigation impacts. They didn't want people closing off public waterways and creeks and navigable areas to create rice impoundments or duck hunting areas or different other things like that. So it's true that you could not get a permit to impound salt marsh today. That's absolutely correct. But it may not just because salt water is just automatically better than fresh. So I think if that answers your question.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Any more?
One moment. Mr. Borkin, I believe I have some questions
Just
for you
a
as well.
couple of follow-ups. All right, so I guess we'll just cut to the chase. Is it fair to say you don't agree with mitigation banks at all? Would that be a fair, you don't like them, you don't think we need them? Would that be a fair to say?
Absolutely not accurate, no.
Okay, tell me about mitigation. Tell me a good mitigation bank. Now I'm talking about restoration of salt marsh. How do we do that anywhere if we don't undo what man's done with these dikes? So you don't like it on Wamala, or we can't have any in Charleston County or in South Carolina? Tell me how it would work for you.
Right. Well, and I have done this for a while too, so I'm pretty familiar with mitigation banking. And I have no problem with a mitigation bank. The concept of it is necessary. If we're going to issue permits to impact wetlands, fresh or salt, there has to be an offset, because that's exactly what Ms. Shade said. The Clean Water Act required that. So it is not that I or think anybody else in this room is opposed to a mitigation bank in its concept. What we're here today about is this one. and this one in this location, not the policy of whether or not salt water should be used to mitigate or where it should be used. There are other salt marsh, and probably somebody here could probably, address the question of how many salt marsh mitigation banks there are in South Carolina.
Well, not to put you on the spot, but I'm going to. Tell me where we can do one. Tell me where, some property right now that we can breach a dike and restore salt marsh that we have to do for the road project because it's a federal requirement. And I'm all ears. I'm not making a point.
I'm not interested in facilitating finding one. If somebody wants to pay me to do that, but you probably ask the applicant that question about what the alternatives would be.
But I'm asking you this, what are we losing by restoring this salt marsh? And I'll even throw an extra out there for you. Do you know how many sand mines and dirt pits this board deals with, and how many acres and acres and acres of freshwater ponds are popping up all over the place? And they may also be on Wobble one day or another. We don't know, but it depends if it meets the criteria or not. And and some we can turn down, some we approve. But obviously, with the building that's been going on, we've been inundated with and making more freshwater wetlands every month in this board almost. So I'm not saying, I guess I hear the argument that one's saltwater already, one's kind of saltwater. I don't even know how many acres these ponds are exactly, but the point is, it seems like every day there are more ponds being created all over the place on Johns Island, for sure, and down in, Hollywood, Ravenel, that area. And we all know about the resiliency of salt marsh and how is making salt marsh ever a bad thing. I mean, that's one of our first defenses with wave breaking and erosion and all of that. So again, I'm hearing everything you're saying. It's just not resonating with me. I've not heard anybody explain in terms that I can understand where the harm is. What are we losing? What are we sacrificing? I'm waiting for more folks to come, but that's what I'm not hearing here.
I understand. And I would just, with respect, differentiate this functional, highly valued freshwater wetland from a hole that somebody digs to mine sand. Those are two different things in my mind.
I'm not sure I follow that. It was built by man. It was marsh that they took away and changed it, and not like it's 300 years ago, or it's kind of recent if you think about it. I mean, 80 years. They're probably. I know folks that old. I mean, I'm not trying to make light of this, but again, that's in the realm of machinery being involved in constructing this thing, not human labor. I don't know. I'm not heard any cultural arguments about preserving this dike or anything that's been brought up other than just don't want it. And I'm still listening. So again, if you got anything else, now's your chance to lay it on me.
Thank you. I think I've said all I can say.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'm
Thanks.
sorry. All right.
Anyone else? No? Thank you, Ms. Linhart. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? I see you're standing, sir. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Dana Beach, and my address is 6890 Maybank Highway, Wadmalaw Island. And I'd first like to thank you all for your patient service on behalf of the county. This is a complicated issue, and if you think this is confusing, you should have attended a hearing we had on Wadmalaw about a month ago when everybody walked out scratching their heads about what the logic behind this was. But I hope I can help shed some light on this. As you know, the Judge Michael Scarborough has ruled that the applicants do not own the salt marsh. So that is a fact. The argument that the salt marsh will benefit from this bank is really a result of the creation of these buffers along the edge of the marsh. That is the proposition that the bankers have put forth, that because they will be buffering the marsh and setting the houses further back, the marsh will be better protected. That's the logic that we've heard from the applicant. The point I'd like to make is that not only does the bank add little or no environmental value, but it actually will facilitate additional degradation of the salt marsh, as well as eliminate, I think what a point has been made, a valuable freshwater habitat that is man-made. Indeed, it's man-made in the same way that rice fields were man-made, and we have about 500,000 acres of those. But I think most of us understand the value of those freshwater habitats, even though they are not natural in the sense that we think of a natural salt marsh. The one point that was raised is the why this project is going forward, and I think many of us have read the economics behind it are driving it. The applicants purchased this property for around $18 million, and they've sold the credits that have been created through this bank for about the same amount, a little more than that, actually. So basically what they are able to do is take the property with additional restrictions, free and clear, and then subsequently develop it. So that's the why. It's a profit motivation. That's not a condemnation of these people. It is just the reality of it. The main point, though, of course, we're here to discuss is a variance and the logic behind granting that variance. I would just like to focus on two of the criteria that you all consider. The first one is the first one regards sorry, I hate to have to read from this thing. But anyway, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. The analysis by the staff reads, the need for the variance may not be the result, and they are I think they qualify that and even equivocate, I would say, and I'm curious about that this is not a result of the owner's actions. The staff analysis explains that the applicant is seeking the mitigation bank, and they state that since the current owner did not create the impoundments, the current owner did not initiate the need for a variance. That is to say, this is not a self-imposed hardship. Clearly, though, that standard does not depend on whether the owner created the impoundment, any more than an owner who comes in to remove a grand tree has to have it proven that he planted the tree. So that is, I would say, an irrelevant point, and indeed, the owners have, as I'll explain, created their own hardship. My second point addresses the seventh criteria, and that is that granting the variance will not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. The staff says the variance will not conflict. It's intended to protect critical areas and the coastal zone resources. The mitigation bank will result in an additional 11,000 linear feet of critical land and 58 acres of salt marsh. The applicant's letter of intent states, again, that it doesn't substantially conflict. With all due respect to the staff and the applicant, the purpose of the ordinance is to reduce the development pressure on the island. By breaking these dikes, the owner creates an additional 11,000 feet of waterfront property. This is waterfront property that can be developed and marketed as marshfront property, and you all know as well as I do that that is a vastly more marketable commodity. And yes, sir, thank you. And I'll just finish by saying, so that the variance has the effect of increasing the potential for development and the potential for pollution and runoff from that development. This river is classified outstanding resource waters, one more sentence. And so based on this seventh criteria and the criteria that states that the applicant should not have created the situation that requires the variance, I would suggest to this board that you have both the right and the obligation to deny the variance. And again, I want to thank you for sitting through this and for being very fair and objective public servants, and we need you more than ever in this world where these kinds of things are being mediated and debated more than ever. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beach. Do we have anyone that has a question for Mr. Beach? You do? Okay.
I know you hate me, I keep doing that.
No, I keep going back and
that's
forth.
Good evening, Mr. Beach. Good to see you again. I absolutely listen. I'm sorry. I always enjoy.
But you dismissed me.
I always enjoy
What
listening.
happened when I was in school?
I always enjoy listening to you. You are one of the very knowledgeable people I know, especially in this area of protection of natural resources and all the work you've done with the Coastal Conservation League. So you would agree with me that property that's put on the market for sale for development, that a piece of property that fronts marsh would generally likely have a higher market value than a landlocked piece of property that's just woods or a field or whatever. Would that be fair to say?
I think dramatically. If
Okay.
we had an appraiser.
And
yes.
I've got somewhere I'm going with this. So this, I'm trying to, I guess, explain where I'm at with it, and I'm hearing where you are with it.
Mhm.
Had this applicant come to this board and sought to restore that 60 acres of salt marsh and get our approval to, encroach upon the critical line buffer and disturb it and all the rest of it, in order to create 60 acres of marsh and create all those extra linear feet of shoreline, marshfront property for the purpose of cutting up lots and building houses to raise the value of that property to put houses there, you wouldn't have a stronger advocate in this room than me. I promise you to see that not done. My problem here is that's not what's going on. It's the restoration of once was marsh, not for any profit in the sense of development. I hear you loud and clear on the, hey, they've made their money back in one quick sale. Maybe that's good business, but it's not anything within our purview. And so we have the Corps of Engineers that said they're okay with it, OCR that says it's okay with it, but for this permit, they can't go through to what two other levels of government that oversee most of this. We're very, very small potatoes in all this in that sense. That the scope of the, I don't even have the percentages from me, of the area of disturbance versus the critical line that's getting ready to be created and thus encumbered, all this other property that it wouldn't be now, and then the public access and all the rest of it. I've not heard tonight, and again, part of one of our things is, does it impact the good of the community, the welfare of the community? And unfortunately, right now, I've only heard things in my opinion, that it's enhancing it. And I'm also about resilience, and I know salt marsh is critical to resilience. And so we're going to put it back where it once was, and this isn't something that's been there 300-400 years. This is something somebody dug within recent times, and now it can be restored. And I guess my problem is, this whole mitigation bank, how's it ever to work? If they have to restore salt marsh, how can they ever do it? If there's a board that's going to stop them from encroaching the critical line, a critical line, in fact, that was created by man, not by nature. So these are things I'm struggling with here tonight. I heard everything you're saying, and I just wanted to put that to you, that I make a marked distinction between what I see as restoration and conservation versus profiteering on development. You know, the business deal they did, I've got nothing I can do about that. Maybe that needs to get fixed. Maybe that's not the way to do it, but there's a lot of things I'm learning tonight I'm not necessarily agree with, but I just wanted to thank you for speaking with us.
Well, and I thank you too, Mr. Boykin. I would say that there is an abundance of research that's been done on the value of created freshwater systems, and again, just because it wasn't there naturally doesn't mean it doesn't have biological and ecological importance. And in this case, again, I think you all know, I'm sure you know, that the Sea Islands have very limited amount of fresh water, and the habitats that have by accident been created over 300 years, and I include the rice fields too, have created a niche of habitat that wasn't there, and in a way we can pat ourselves on the back. We didn't mean to do it, but it happened. And I think that looking very specifically at this particular case is important, because this particular pond in this location is not a negative. And creating more salt marsh, if you look out at the vast North Edisto estuary with literally 5,000 or 6,000 acres of salt marsh, is not going to make will not have a positive impact that will be discernible. But I would say that's sort of more of a core policy issue. I think our challenge here today is the applicant bought this property with the knowledge that there were constraints. And your job is to decide if the variance is something that he should be allowed to receive, even though he should have known when he bought it was constrained and he couldn't do right away what he wanted to with it.
Well, I would respectfully disagree on a couple of things. First, we're not talking about old rice plantations on the Combahee, Ashepoo, or Edisto. We're talking about a hole that was dug 80 years ago. So no doubt that was ever used for a rice plantation or whatever. I think those are apples and oranges. I think there's a cultural and historical things that go with that part of our history. And I've seen firsthand their value down at Bear Island, all that area of the waterfowl and everything. But this ain't that. I mean, it's more akin to me, the pond that was dug down there at Botany on Edisto of recent times, along with the other things that went on down there. The landowner lost his property to the state over what he was doing. So I don't see those two things as being equal. But the other thing I guess I go back to is you mentioned constraints. I think the landowner or applicant had a reasonable expectation that when he received a permit from the United States government for this to be a mitigation bank, and then he received another permit for the Office of Coastal Resource Management to go forward with this project, I think he's got an expectation to pursue that. Clearly, the two most heavily involved agencies and levels of government compared to our board and again, going back to what we're doing tonight, we're talking about a very small encroachment in comparison to what's going to be created, and I hate to use the word created, reestablished, because it once was all marsh. And then I go back to the public benefit. They can't get up in there now. They have no access to it. Once that opens up, the ability to go in there and observe wildlife and kayak and paddle and crab and do all the things we love to do in our salt marsh. And then also, as you are acutely aware of the ecosystems along the edges of marshes with our birds and all the other wildlife that habitat, our fur bearers, everything else. I mean, there are obviously different kinds of habitat, but I would say that I still, and I respectfully do disagree that I just see a greater outcome than harm in this situation. But that's just me. That everyone else sitting up here may see it completely different. But I'm continuing to listen.
Well, I would just say that this habitat type, when we went out to look at it, it was dispositive because we got on a golf cart, we drove up to the dike, we looked out at the salt marsh, which is very valuable, as you know, for primary productivity. And as we approached this dike, a cloud of wading birds and waterfowl took off from this pond because this was the only place they had for habitat, both for feeding and for breeding. So, and again, I think that's in some ways a tangential issue. I respect your point on it, but I would say that with respect to this variance, that one, it is self-induced, self-created, and two, it does enable additional development and facilitates development beyond what is currently likely to happen on this property, because it opens this marsh area and makes another what was the number, 1,900 feet that's available now for marshfront lots.
Let me beg to differ there. What value is a marshfront lot if you can't build a dock and you can't put your house within 150 feet of it? And you can't, and that's the 150-foot buffer. You can't even trim it or clear it. So, I mean, I live on the marsh. I enjoy my marsh view. I can't imagine being 150 feet back through trees and wax myrtles and everything, and I can't even cut anything down. and that's my point. I think that's where the easement is. So I would, again, respectfully disagree there. The other thing is a property that large, had they not put the easement on to begin with, it would have been subject to, without even going to planning or coming here, it would have been able to, on the whole property, not just on what's left, have, a conservation subdivision, which is 220% of the dwelling units that are allowed by right ordinarily. So I actually go the other way. If they had not done this, I think they could have crammed a lot more houses in there, and they'll only be dealing with 35 feet of critical line buffer, not 150 feet. So and maybe we see the same thing, we just see it from different perspectives, but I don't quite follow that.
So historically, mitigation banks have included a broad-scale, full, comprehensive protection for the entire parcel, and that's been the case for the Boeing Mitigation Bank, which was actually bought and became part of the Francis Marion. It is unusual to have a mitigation bank, if not unique, that is subsequently developed at a high level of intensity. And this is what can and perhaps will happen. I'm not saying it,
Yes.
that I know it will, but it could happen under these circumstances.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Beach, thank you for your time and testimony. I just have a question about, because I'm struggling a little bit with the integrity of these wetlands over the next 5, 10, 15 years if nothing were to be done. So based on your experience, you have vast experience in environmental issues, do you feel like the integrity of these existing wetlands are 50 years in the making, or could they be breached within 5 years? And I think your answer helps me try to understand public good. When do we make a decision as a community into using mitigation banks to properties that will probably be breached at some point? So your thoughts on that?
Well, a couple of thoughts. One is that the wetlands, and you mean by that you mean the pond, what is
freshwater
currently
wetlands.
the pond
Correct.
that would become a tidal marsh.
Correct.
You are absolutely right. These areas have to be managed properly, and they have to be actively managed. If you just leave them, then things become eutrophic, oxygen is depleted, and that sort of thing. But that's the beauty of them as well, because in most cases, the landowners, everyone that I know of anyway, have a commitment and a stake in managing, and that's been, again, the case, to go back to the rice fields. The rice fields there's a lot of research on how to manage them well, and a lot of great management is being done. And I think in this case, again, it's sort of an issue of self-interest. You don't want a stagnant wetland as your amenity in your near your house. But so I agree with your point, but I do think the management is likely, we could assume that it would likely happen, and as it has, and it's a matter really of things like just exchanging water every now and then, having some kind of flow out of a dike. There's a lot of good science about how to do that, and most of the landowners choose to do it. It's in their best interest and in the best interest of the environment.
Which I think is a fundamental question, right? The burden of the management on the private property owner for the benefit of the public good, or wildlife in this case, or wildlife in this case. Is that fair versus the alternative, which is what we're discussing this evening? So that's a fundamental question, I think, right? I mean, that costs time, money, resources to maintain a wetland, a freshwater wetland, to benefit, right, the public good or wildlife. So that's something swirling in my head. And then also, if nothing were to be done, if nothing were to be maintained, would not these freshwater wetlands be overcome within the next 5 to 10 years because of sea level rise for those that believe in that, or a storm for those that believe in the probability of storms over the next 3 to 5 years? And if that's the case, why wouldn't we take advantage of the opportunity we have at hand to benefit the public good, right? Public good on one hand, cost to the private owner. Public good on the other hand, some cost to the private owner, maybe some concessions in other ways. So that's sort of where my head is, and Mr. Boykins brought up some good points too around that, and I think that's an interesting challenge here. The public good the requirement of that private owner, and what do we as a community have to say about that? So just thoughts on, if nothing were to be done, what do you think the probability of the integrity of that
Well, I think there are
wetland to stay?
two scenarios.
Yeah.
One is that the property owners would manage this wetland in a way that was beneficial for wildlife, and that happens all over the place. It's not an uncommon thing to do. The other is that, to your point, if it's breached, then the dike vanishes and it goes back to salt marsh, and the county doesn't have to pay $18 million to accomplish that outcome. It happens for free. So I think either one of those scenarios is preferable to the one that's being proposed here.
Thank you.
One quick follow-up. I'll make it quick.
Keep it short.
Yes, no, just on this last thing.
Okay.
I heard exactly what you said, but the problem is, and that'd be fine and wonderful if it worked that way, but if the county doesn't pay for the credits, they don't build a road. They're required to. In other words, the marsh that they consume, they by rule and regulation have to offset that somewhere. And so I guess that's the whole point of this. No, they wouldn't be out there buying that marsh or trying to buy the credits to have it restored if they weren't already required to do so by another environmental law forcing them to do so. So it's like they got to go somewhere, to do it. And I don't know how that happens. And again, it's not whether you agree or disagree with the mitigation bank, but it's how it's done and it's what we've got. And so I guess my point is that there's no other option for any of these transportation projects if they can't mitigate what they destroy.
They do. You're right.
How else could this work?
There are other options though for saltwater mitigation banks, and one of them, you may remember, the State Ports Authority was looking at creating a small bank on Daniel Island, and that was talked about, and then it wasn't realized, but it's still a possibility, as are a number of other situations like that. And that one is preferable, I would say, to this, in the sense that currently that dredge spoil area does not have the ecological value that places like this have, for a number of reasons. So, but I agree that the county has to have some way to mitigate saltwater impacts, but there are a number of options that are beyond this particular example. And we just happen to think this one is, one, it's extraordinarily expensive, two, it damages an important ecological resource, and three, it facilitates development on an island that has spent now 20 years, 30 years really, trying to keep growth under control.
But unfortunately, the encumbrance is it has to be done in the same area zone, delineated area, whatever it is, where the impact occurs. And so that does constrain where these banks can go. You can't do something here and restore marsh in Myrtle Beach. So I agree with that, I hear you, but it's the devil and the witch is how I see it.
It's a term of art, and I think in the same area, and I think you may remember that the Boeing mitigation was in the Francis Marion, which was not in the same watershed that the Ashley River is in. So the Corps is flexible, has been flexible over the years on that. That's not a hard and fast rule.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Beachett. We're going to give someone else an opportunity to speak. You've been up there quite some time. Thank you, sir. for
Well,
your testimony.
again, thank you all for being so attentive.
Yes. All right. Do we have someone else that like to speak in opposition that may have something different to speak on in opposition? Please. Yes, ma'am. I see you there. Please, let's remember to state your name and address for the record, and let's please, folks, keep it to 4 minutes if we possibly can. Thank you.
My name is Pam Skinner. I live on Fairview Plantation Road on Wadmalaw Island, and I agree with all the points. I am opposed to this for all the criteria that has been mentioned, but what I also want to bring up is that we've been following this, or I've been following this since the applicants first purchased the land in 2008. Started doing the research on Point Farms, and their website at the time thought this is a great opportunity here. We can monetize this property. There have been so many missed opportunities to monetize the property, which is good. And I'm not here to argue the mitigation bank. I don't think that this property needs to be mitigated, but it's it's been approved by the Army Corps of Engineers, so be it. So I was here and spoke before County Council on November 5th of 2020, and again we came back on November 10th of 2020, and there were 3 people here. Mr. Crowley was here, Jason, and Mr. Mike McShane was here, and I was here. We were speaking that if this were to go through, this was before the OCRM permitting, that we would like to see some additional land, uplands, a little over 700 acres protected. Because if they're going to get the bank and they're going to sell these credits, then to me, the public good is protecting some of the land from development. And what I'm a little unclear on is they do have a little over 1,000 acres in a conservation easement. There are only 147 acres, is my understanding of that, of uplands in that conservation easement. And so that was part of our argument before county. And this is exactly what was said at county council, that when the applicant came before council and to the finance committee, and I have the minutes of their meeting here, just so I don't misquote them, but that the environmental improvements that offset the impacts of several critical road construction projects. So, it came before the council, we need these credits to build the roads like y'all have said. So at the time, we were able to convince 4 of the 5 county council members that we would like to see additional protections of an additional 700 acres of uplands protected. And Ms. Johnson, our district representative, stated that she was concerned that this bank would not really protect anything if there weren't protections of the upland acres on this parcel, and moved for the committee recommendation with the condition of a conservation easement being placed on the upland acreage. So Chairman Pryor seconded that, and it was voted by 4 members. Mr. Darby joined in to support it, and Mr. Schwiers joined in to support that. So then comes along the discussion for the second vote because it was voted down 5-4 to add the conservation easement. And this is what I found shocking and just blatantly uncalled for, was that Mr. Rawl, who was a former council member, stated that he was highly concerned about the direction that council was going on this project, and opined that taking a need the county has and dangling it with a short string to force the landowner to change the status of his ownership would be blackmail. He used the word blackmail. And so if I can kind of turn this around, the county needs road, saltwater protection, right? They need mitigation credit. So we felt like we're being blackmailed, because what's the community getting back out of this except the $19 million that we in the community are going to have to pay for the roads that are needed, no argument there. But that's, once again, with that, there's going to be more development there. There's the possibility, and if they're of more development, and if the applicants were truly serious about wanting to, let's just quit calling the 1,000 acres of marsh an easement. Let's call what's really as important to me is an easement is the upland acreage. And so that's why I can feel like where we're going. So my ask of you as a quasi-judicial board would be, if you decide to approve it after all the discussions and all the very valid criteria of why you should not approve it, if you do decide to approve it, then I would ask that as a quasi-judicial board that you at least add the special condition of an additional easement on more upland acres. That's my ask. And it's not blackmail, It's the bank has, the mitigation bank has been approved. So I know y'all are here to do the variance. And you know, I have been before this board very many times, and I wish you looked at the resilience area when it comes to swimming pools as closely in the marsh mitigation, because that's what I'm usually here to oppose, or swimming pools being put in the OCRM. So, yes, sir.
Okay,
My 4
thank
minutes.
you so very
Thanks.
much. Do we have anyone that has a question over? Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're not
Ms.
sorry.
Skinner,
You're good.
good to see you again. A lot's come to light tonight, and I completely concur with you. If Charleston County taxpayers have spent $19 million to basically protect 100 and something acres of property, we got a bad deal, without a doubt. I also take issue that, and I've had some experience dealing with land trusts, and I hadn't found one yet that will do an easement on state-owned marsh. So I know they went and found somebody that would hold an easement, but I've never heard of such a thing. And I agree with you that it is misleading to portray this easement on something they don't own. It inflates it, and it makes it bigger than what it really is. And I paid attention to all that. So to know these board members up here know that. And I agree, you're right to point that out. It doesn't make any sense.
I believe it's an out-of-state conservation easement.
Regardless who the
Whatever,
holder is,
it's not, yeah.
but it's almost, we used to use the expression, you can indict a ham sandwich, okay? So you can find anybody out there that'll hold an easement on something if they're compensated. I get that. This is not a normal, these aren't the easements we see in the Low Country with Low Country Land Trust or Edisto Open Land Trust or East Cooper Land Trust. And so I've noticed it, I paid attention to it, I don't like it. And, you know, so I agree with you, it's a bad bargain. Unfortunately, it's not anything we can consider up here for what we're about and what we're doing up here. But you're right to point it out, and there's another avenue where you can express those sentiments, because you know, it shouldn't be this way. There's no way under any way, shape, or form you should be able to put a conservation easement on something you don't own. And now the other part I got with this is, where's the state in all this? Why didn't they show up?
Well, can I adjust? Well, you're right. You're very right. And back to my first point that I made, that from the very beginning, when I was on the Wadmalaw Land Planning Committee, we asked to have a public hearing from the Army Corps of Engineers. And they said, here's the prospectus, read it, and that's all you need to know.
Now I'm going to address your other point you made. Mr. Eugene, am I right in assuming that this board does not have the authority to put a condition on a variance to ask someone to put an easement on their property?
You are correct.
Thank you. Good, didn't hurt to ask though.
All right, do we have anyone else to have any questions? Okay, thank you so very much for your time.
Thanks.
Board members, I want to remind you, let's ask questions and let's try to keep comments down to a minimum if we can. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is James Taylor. I live at 6366 Oak Grove Plantation Road. I live on a homeowners association. We have 120 acres and 3 saltwater brackish ponds. Our property is directly across the Leadenwalk Creek from the Point Farm project. I just want to make a couple of points. We're talking about 60 acres of marsh. From my living room window, I look towards Edisto Island over probably 5,000 acres of saltwater marsh. So I can't to sit here and listen to people talking about 18 million for 60 acres of saltwater marsh. I mean, we've got more saltwater marsh around me than we need. Now, we have 3 brackish ponds on our property, very similar to the ponds on this other side. We're also trying to protect a wood stork rookery. But I can tell you, and several of the homeowners of our homeowners association are here tonight, if I proposed or you proposed to create, to allow the salt marsh to invade our saltwater ponds, I can tell you they would not like that for many reasons that have already been discussed. So there is great value in small brackish water, freshwater ponds. And there's very little value in 60 acres of restored marshland. Thank you.
Hold on if you don't mind, Mr. Taylor. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Taylor? Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony, Mr. Taylor. Do we have anyone else to like to speak in opposition to this either application, that is? Do we have anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? All right, we also have time for rebuttal. So I'll give you this time for rebuttal as well.
And I know I'm standing between you and a national championship, so I'm going to be brief. I think Jenny took this picture down, but I was reminded when I sat down, there's been a lot of talk about ownership and concerns about ownership. First of all, our detractors cannot have it both ways. If these are freshwater ponds, that's private property. So it doesn't matter if we own them or not. We can do whatever we want. Secondly, well, we'd have to get a core permit, but we can do whatever we want. Secondly, our credits are derived from this buffer area and from these high ground areas encircled in yellow. Now, this looks like it might be a ditch, but these high ground areas encircled in yellow that are going to be converted to marsh. That's how our bank credits are derived. So, no, we're not selling this. Okay? We're not selling this, but our credits are derived from the high ground conversion and from the upland buffer. And that was an awful lot to unpack, so I don't know if I can add anything else coherent.
In front of the mic, please.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Could you hear what I said before? I'm so sorry.
No, I think we got it.
Okay.
We just had to speak loud enough so it could be recorded.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think those are the points I want to make. It's been a long hearing, and you've been very fair to everybody. Thank you so much.
Okay, hold on one moment.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Do we have anyone that has a question for her?
I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure, this will be a short one. I think I heard what you just said, and maybe I had the wrong impression, because I too was under the impression that somehow, some way, this however many acres of marsh that y'all have an easement on, that is not part of this mitigation measure.
No. The mitigation bank boundaries are shown, okay?
Right? The bright light green line?
No, the green line's the critical line. It's the line interior, that's a black and white line. Those are the mitigation boundaries, okay?
Stay in front of
That's
the mic
bank
for me,
boundaries.
please.
And what I'm saying is the way that CORE derives credits, it's complicated. And I kind of zone out whenever anybody tries to explain it to me. It's like putting me in chemistry class or something. But what I've been reminded by our consultants is the credits, the preservation and restoration credits, are derived from our upland buffer, which protects whatever marsh might be behind it, and our restored areas, which are the areas labeled A1 through A10, which in many cases are in high ground. And one more point that I wanted to make to demonstrate that, our OCRM permit is for 0.3 acres of restoration. We have, for your purposes, 1.3 acres of impact in the berms. 1 acre of that is not critical area, okay? So that's the difference between the OCRM permit and the areas we're impacting here. Just to show you that some of this work is being done in areas that are not critical
If I can just ask this question, and maybe it's in the paperwork somewhere, because I mean, it is confusing. What is the total amount of acreage that is the bank? What does that comprise?
The conservation easement is for at least 1,100 acres.
Now, this is where things get murky. See, this is what I'm getting.
That is the bank. That is the bank.
So where's 1,100 acres of, that doesn't look like 1,100 acres.
Well, you can't take out, okay, where's my bank easement?
We're going to still need you to be in front of the mic.
300 acres is the conservation easement. It is the black boundary, okay?
I can't.
Right. That's not the whole property.
We can't see you, nor can we hear you. That's okay.
The 1,300 acres is the conservation easement. That is the black dashed line. That is the bank. That is the bank.
I can't see the black dash line. I'm
You
sorry.
can't, can you see it on this?
Mr.
ma'am.
Down, will you bring that forward for us, please, so you can see that?
That's it's the line
Thank you. I'm sorry.
interior of the critical line.
Can I ask a question?
Offset from the green, right, Mr. Boykin?
Okay, I'm looking at it here, but I guess it's,
The dotted black and white line, I believe is what she said.
right, but I don't see it connected everywhere. I see a gap from here to there, and, you know, this is not clear to me. And again, I go back to, how much of this is marsh? That's, I mean, that doesn't, I can't qualify that or quantify it based on that. And I guess, I know the whole property is like 2,300 acres, right?
Right. There's 700 acres that are excluded.
How much high ground is that property?
I can't answer that. I could
That's-
ask,
I
I
need-
could
I need
consult,
that
I
answer.
could
Yes, ma'am.
consult with my.
Because
and I
this
could-
is,
JMT?
I guess my question is, we go back to the salt marsh. Nobody's been able to tell this board how much salt marsh is included in this project that the state of South Carolina still owns, how much high ground that the property owner, the applicant owns is in this bank that's under easement. So are we talking 140-something acres?
I think it's 150.
Okay, so we got 150 acres of high ground in this bank, and the rest of it would be marsh. And so this is what I'm getting at. So $19 million for 150 acres, if that is what we're talking about, I get the outrage these folks have. I mean, I understand it's a necessary evil because the county has to do it to offset. I understand all the dynamics, but it is outrageous on that part of it. If that is true, that only 150 acres of high ground is under easement for $19 million. I mean, that's the staggering thing to this. I don't know that's true, but that's what I'm gleaning from this in my simpleton terms here.
Okay.
Sorry. All right.
Okay. No, that's okay. Ms. Smalls has a question for you as well.
I'm just curious, if the variance is not granted by this board, does that prevent you all from doing your project?
Yes.
I mean,
It does, unfortunately, because the project is.
Can you explain in a little more detail why that is? And how does this project benefit public good? That's my second question.
There are 10 areas identified on the map as areas where we have to breach the berms that have been dug to block tidal flow from coming into the other side, and it's created ponds. And it's from that after we do that, we're able to restore 60 acres of what was historically tidal marsh, but is now not receiving full tidal flow. So yes, if we don't get the variance, we cannot implement the mitigation banking instrument. We cannot open the mitigation bank. We could put the property to other uses. The property has by right development uses and that are relatively generous when you look at the acreage. And, ag uses, which would exempt us from having to get any approval for anything, and forestry uses. So we could put the property other use, but the intended use for the property is a mitigation bank. That's why it was purchased. That's the use it was purchased for. And the public benefit is derived from the fact that we are removing an existing condition that has blocked tidal flow, and we're opening up areas and creating more tidal flow and more salt marsh. That's the public benefit. And then there's a public benefit also associated, I think, with mitigation banks, because there are publicly beneficial projects that require saltwater impact, most importantly, roads. And does that answer your question?
Yes. What is what other proposed, what else are you all doing with this property? Are you building homes out there?
No, we don't have any. We have 700 acres that is outside of the conservation easement and outside of the bank. We have no plans for that right now, none.
Are there future plans?
We don't have future plans. We've been focused solely on getting this bank opened. We don't have we're not there.
I guess I'm just trying to put together why make all this investment to do this. I'm just trying to figure out what the future plan is for the land. Surely
Well,
there's something because.
They have by right land uses that could be a future plan. If that's the route they would go. They have the ability to put many homes out there. But as you guys noted, you've kind of affected the value of putting home sites out there when you have 150 feet from the buffer. So, Then they, you know, maybe they could do some ag, maybe they could do some silviculture. But right now, for the past, they only got the property in 2017. One of your speakers mentioned that they were there in 2008 when somebody was trying to maximize the benefit, financial benefit of the property. That wasn't us. We bought the property in 2017. And they have been solely focused on this project and the need for this project.
Oh, let me see if I can get somebody else to get a shot. I'll give you. Anyone else has a question? It's all yours now.
Real quick, Ms. Shade, I just did some quick math here. If you take the 2,026.64 acres, subtract the 150 acres of buffer, that leaves whatever it came out to be, and you take that and you divide that by 15, which is one house per 15 acres, then you multiply that figure by 220% on a conservation subdivision, y'all would be able to get the money from the conservation bank that you've got, plus still build 275 homes.
That's possible, yes. And
So I just wanted to just say that.
yeah,
that
that's
okay.
possible, but that's not on the table.
I know it's not on the table, but it's not
And it may
off
not,
the table.
it may not be the best use of that property. There may be, you know, it may be that,
And that's none of our
Yeah,
business up here.
yeah.
But I just want to make the point, though,
well,
that there's nothing stopping it right now. And much to Ms. Skinner's point, and we can't, you know, there's no easement on the rest of it. There's no lesser, you know, so right now, by right, you get the money for the bank, and then you can still put 275 houses on the rest of it if you decided that's what you wanted to do. Not that you're going to do it, but you're not prohibited, and you don't have to go to the planning commission or this board because it'd be by right. So I just want to make that
but
point to
that's
Ms.
not a
Skinner's.
threat. We're not making that threat.
No.
No,
I'm not
but
saying
we
you
don't
are.
want to be leveraged either over it.
No. But, you know, again, but we all agree, it's a business venture. That's what it always was. You didn't buy it to not make money off of it. That's the whole point
Well,
of the bank.
actually, there's a lot of recreational uses that the owners make of it. They love hunting.
Sure.
You know, they may be very passive users in the future.
But my point on this is all of that has nothing to do with the decision we have to make.
I don't think it does.
But
I'm happy to answer your
it is
questions.
noted because I want them to know we noted it.
Okay.
And,
Thank you.
Okay. I think that's going to kind of conclude everything with all the questions. Thank you. So at this time, this case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff at this time? I know Ms. Brooks probably is just hoping we don't have questions of her. Any general comment among ourselves? I almost need to take a 5-minute break just to get up over all that. Quite steamy and heated in here. You know, it would almost be good if we went into executive session for a minute. No, I'm just saying it'd be nice.
You'd ask the motion.
Yep,
Did you close it for public comment?
I did.
So what's the problem?
Nothing. Okay, at this time, since we had no other discussion, I need a motion to either approve or deny both cases. One at a time, excuse me. Let's start off with case BZA 02-22-00561. Can I have a motion to approve or deny? Speak loudly and clearly, please.
I make a motion that we deny BZA case 02-22-00561.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to deny this case. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Okay. Tell us why we should deny this case.
Yeah, please, if you can let us know what criteria it does not meet. We need that for the order.
I'm concerned that it does not meet, I guess I had a question mark on criteria number 3.
And why?
I'm just concerned about the land disturbances to the critical buffer area. And then where they had Just trying to look for, I'm not so sure that it's for, it benefits public good. I'm not sure where that is in the ordinance.
You're gonna have to state it.
I would say then I'd select criteria number 4. I am concerned that it might be of detriment, I guess, to wildlife and other property within that area. So those are my 2 reasons.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification. So criteria 3 and 4, Ms. Switzer-Swallows, is that what you're saying? Smalls? Thank you.
You said just 3 and 4, right?
Said 3 and 4. I
She didn't say
couldn't
5.
figure, I'd mentioned public good, but I can't find it most immediately.
The public good?
So you're stating it based on criteria 3 and 4,
Yes.
and you stated the reasons.
4 is the public good.
4 is public good, yeah, which is what I was concerned about.
Okay. So we have a motion that has been properly moved. And discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Ms. Switzer-Smalls, this is a tough one for me, because it's complicated.
It is
We
complicated.
wouldn't have been here, and I'm sorry y'all had to listen to me talk too much tonight. I agree with you on criteria 3. And this is, I've had to come to this point, and this is the tough one, and this is the cart and the horse and all the rest of this. Breaching the dike and allowing the salt marsh to be restored doesn't restrict the use of this, not being able to do that doesn't restrict the use of this property. It only restricts the ability to be used as mitigation bank, and I think there's a difference there. I don't agree with you on criteria 4, but I do agree with you on criteria 3, just because I think there is a public good if the marsh were restored, but that's the only thing. I had to sit and listen to everyone here tonight, and again, everyone made a good case. But if we're getting down to the letter of the law or the letter of the criteria, if you don't get to put a mitigation bank, you still have the utilization of the property, and now you can, whatever the extra 150 acres generates, you can put that many more houses on it. So it does restrict the ability to be used as a mitigation bank, but that's something outside the scope of this board. We are only to consider the use of the property as a landowner, any other landlord would use it. And so I'm moved by your motion, and taking everything into account. This was not an easy decision, but in looking at it in black and white in the letter of the law, I think you're right on criteria 3. I disagree on criteria 4. Would you be willing to modify your motion just to make it criteria 3, or you'd still want criteria 4?
Still criteria.
You still, okay, all right. I'm done, sir.
She asked both 3 and 4.
Yes, okay.
Mr. Marchant, you got
Mr. Chairman, I too disagree with 4, which I assume means I can't vote for the motion, but just for the record. I mean, I support that it's more for public good versus not, so.
Well, it could go up for a vote that way, and then if it doesn't, she could
Well,
make
yeah, we
another
could.
motion.
We could.
Any more discussion? Okay. So at this time, the motion is to deny case BZA 02-22-00561. All those in favor to deny this case, please raise your hand and indicate by.
Can you, I'm sorry, can you add that specifically, Ms. Switzer-Small says that it does not meet criteria 3 and 4, because there may be a different motion after this.
Okay. So currently our case, thank you. Currently our case is to deny case BZA 02-22-0056 based on criteria 3 and criteria 4. And all those in favor to deny this case, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
So it's, okay. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. So it is 3-2, so it does not carry. So do we have another motion on the floor to either approve or deny case BZA-02-22-00561? So that one fails, so let's find some other ground.
I guess that then I will make a motion that we deny BZA case 0222-00561 based on criteria number 3.
Say again?
Based on criteria number 3, which was included in
Please
my
restate.
first denial.
Please restate in its entirety why.
I make a motion that we deny it based on criteria number 3. I'm concerned about disturbances to the critical line buffer and any damage to that particular, any other surrounding communities in that area.
Okay. That's your motion. Do we have a
Mr. That criteria that unleashably restricts, that's criteria 3. I think you're reading them different criteria.
Is there a change in your motion?
She's going to restate it.
You're going to restate it? Or you,
Just going to restate it. Make a motion that we deny BZA case 0222-0561. I do think I'm concerned about land disturbances within the critical buffer line when they go to remove the berms to restore the salt marsh.
this is based on criteria,
Number 3. Did I say that?
okay? Do I have a second?
I would second, Mr. Chair, if I might, point of clarification.
So move.
Mr. Smalls, criteria 3 states that because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property.
Okay.
And so
Thank
the
you for
point
the
would be
correction.
that denying it, that doesn't meet that criteria.
Does not meet that criteria. Thank you for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
correction,
Sorry.
Mr. Boyd.
No worries.
So you want to restate that, Ms. Smalls?
I make a motion that we deny BZA case 0222-0561. Because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Would not,
That it does not meet that.
does not meet that criteria.
This is criteria.
Number 3.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion that has been properly moved and second. Question? Discussion? Discussion? Okay. At this time, we'll bring it to a vote. All those in favor to deny case BZA-02-22-00561, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Please hold your hands up. Yeah, hold your hands up, please. Okay. That is unanimous. That carries. We also have the following case, BZA-2-22-00562. I need a motion to approve or deny.
Point of order, is this necessary?
Well, yes.
As long as they don't feel it's necessary.
Are you going to make the motion, Mr. Marchant?
I don't know yet, I gotta get my ducks in a row. Perhaps Ms. Smalls could do this, do it.
Mr. Chair, if you want me to, I'll do it.
Go right ahead. Motion to approve or deny?
The matter of BZA case number 02-22-0056T, I will make the motion to deny the application on criteria number 3, that it does not meet, it does not, the denial of, the denial of the variance would not effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. It's the tree being removed does not impede the owner from developing it or utilizing it in numerous ways. It only pertains to the question of the mitigation bank, which, following the letter of the criteria in the ordinance, that's something outside of the utilization. So I feel it does not meet criteria 3. That's my motion.
All right, that's criteria 3. Do we have a second? Ms. Smalls, the chair will recognize your second. Discussion. Discussion. Prepare for the question. All those that will move forward with denying case BZA -02-22-00562, please raise your hand and indicate and say by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Keith, hold your hand. Please hold your hand up so we got it. Okay. So it is unanimous. Unfortunately, both cases tonight have not been approved. You have the right to appeal, and your determination will be sent by mail by the planning department within 10 business days. Thank you so very much for your time. Do we have any?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what, that was 8 cases?
No.
Right.
If we can't, wait a minute, just hold on, folks. The meeting is not over. If you're gonna exit the building, the room, please exit, but exit quietly.
Yes, please speak outside the room.
Yes.
I have 10 new business cases for May. Are you guys open to meeting at 4 again? At least until 10,
Oh, please, God, yes.
and tonight was only 8?
I think,
Yeah, you're right. But there is at least one or more controversial ones on that agenda as well, so. What do you-
I can't guarantee I can be here for, but
Okay.
I'll do my best.
I mean, if we could at
It's a
least have
hard
a
time to get.
quorum, that does help, just to get,
I'm good, Jamie.
I'm good.
I'm good.
okay, good.
Anything else, Ms. Working?
That's really it, just a reminder about training, we still have time.
Just started the new year. Board members, very good, very diligent. Thank you for your patience. Staff member, thank you for your work and being able to answer questions on the spot, on the run. I do appreciate that. Is there anything else for this august body?
No, that was, I wish maybe we did move in executive session. That was a complicated case, and both sides presented well, and I had a lot of questions. I don't think that the side who was asking for the variance answered all of them. But, so, I just didn't feel comfortable giving it my approval. Can't speak.
Well, that's why you were nominated and elected for that position. They have to convince us. So if they're not able to convince you, then you were appointed to do so.
And I don't think that's a reason to go into executive sessions.
Well, I was hindering it and contemplating it, but I'm
No.
glad I didn't. So,
Just maybe talking it through with those.
I was like, no. I said, no.
Help me along.
Out open, especially the board is quasi-judicial, and you gotta be really specific. It's gotta be really, a really ironclad reason to come out. You come out, you go back there, you come out and people vote, They get things in their head, and decisions were made.
Kevin would have beat me up otherwise.
Yeah. Ms. Switzer Small, I can't say your last name to save my life, and I apologize for that. Ms. Switzer Smalls. Don't feel bad. Criteria 3 was a hard one to prove. And I was stuck on that one and the public good. And I felt like the public good was better for the public good, but for all the reasons that were discussed this evening. But don't feel bad about it. I mean, we're here to do a job, and we did the job despite how hard it is for maybe some of us to have had to do that. So.
For the side looking for the variance, she presented a really good
Yeah.
case, but I was stuck there, so.
Well, each time we make a ruling, the public does win because we are working for the benefit of the good of the public. So just note that.
I'll throw in one more thing. It just really shows what a good group we have on this board, that we listen to each other and we take into each other's positions. We listen to the public, and these aren't easy decisions to make. I felt one way until I looked at it another way, and like you and I, we were there on one and not on the, and not with Ms. Smalls on the other, but the process worked itself out, and I believe every decision we made tonight was a unanimous one as far as the final decision. And that says a lot for this board. I mean, we work hard to come to a consensus. So
Everything was unanimous tonight.
yeah.
All right. I'm waiting for North Carolina to take it home. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Meeting is adjourned. Good night. Good job.
Well, I got to church with